Looks good. Alright, so Final Fantasy 1. This is the North American version, so we're not going to be doing the stair glitch. You can't do that in this version. That only works in the Japanese version. So we actually have to play the game. World record is just over 3 hours, but this estimate's probably going to come in. This will probably come in around 4 hours, being pretty safe. The big thing that we do different here is we grind a lot more levels, and we have a slightly different party choice, but the main thing is we grind more levels because that's how you make this safe. So there will be some grinding parts, and Mythical will help keep us entertained during that. Yeah, I think we're about ready to start this thing off.
Let's do it.
All right. I'm going to make some characters here. We're going to use...
It's not Dan first now. It's the old party.
I know, it throws me off here seeing this old party, but the red party is definitely the way to go for a safe run.
I think maybe we should come up with a different name than Red Party. I feel like maybe some connotations there. Let's go with the Red Mage Party.
The Red Mage Party.
Yeah, okay. Continue.
Sure. So, yeah. We use 2 fighters, 2 red mages. Fighters are a pretty obvious choice for a speedrun. They do obviously great attacking, and they have a lot of hit points. They get so much hit point growth, and that's really important. Beyond that, you need some sort of support for the fighters. I mean, you could just do fighters alone. You have to level them up a lot more. But it's nice to be able to cast fast on those fighters. They become a lot more effective when you do that.
Oop. I need to cut you in. No game sound coming through the stream, apparently.
Is there really no game sound coming through the stream, apparently? Boom! Have game sound. Take that.
Blasting into your ears. So you were talking about party choice.
Right. So, yeah, besides your fighters, the thing you're supposed to have... Yeah, I'll just do the game sounds myself. The thing you're supposed to have with you, some sort of mage. And... Black Mage is probably what you would use for a world record attempt, because Black Mage gets access to spell charges at an earlier level than the Red Mage does, so you don't have to level them up quite as far to be able to get the good spells. The problem is the Black Mage is also kind of squishy. Can't wear any good equipment, so no good defensive equipment on him, and just very bad hit point growth. So, really dangerous. Probably not the thing for a marathon run, unless you're willing to replay the segments over and over again to get past the really risky stuff. But red mages are nice because they can not only access all the stuff the black mages use that we actually use in this run. I mean, there are some spells that they can't use, but most of the spells we're going to get, or that we would have even access to, are ones that the red mages can use just fine. And we're getting everybody stunned. This is like the worst ghoul luck I've ever seen.
Cool.
No, like that I've ever seen. Like, I don't think I've ever had 3 guys get stunned in this at that ghoul fight.
Amazing.
Yeah. Watch somebody die to Garland. I mean, I control the timer. I can just reset it, and no one will ever know.
That's how that works.
That's how it works. Yeah. So this part's pretty simple. You just hold A. Pretty easy. Sometimes I let my cat fight this boss. It's really not much that you have to be concerned about. We don't have any sort of healing, so it's not like we can do anything besides attack. But yeah, the red mage is a pretty nice marathon safe choice, and eventually they'll get the life spell, which is something the black mage can't do, and that makes things a lot easier in the end, a lot safer, because you can revive somebody who dies.
Yeah, one thing I really underestimated was how much they help fighting ogres early on.
Yeah, having the ice spell is a really good way to fight ogres, much better than just upgrading the weapon. Ice spell can do so much damage. But we're not going to get the ice spell in this. There's just really not a place that's worth getting it. You know, there's just no convenient spot to do it. Alright, so we fought Garland. Talked to the king. He opens up the bridge. He suddenly builds a bridge really quick. And then this lady that we just saved here gives us the loot. The loot, you could skip it, but you'll be really sad that you did when you finally get to the end of the game and you can't advance and get stuck in the Temple of Fiends. So we got to get that loot. And we are going to go back
in. Game audio desynced.
It desynced?
Which is a fun...
That's a fun problem to try to solve. Let's see what we can do about it.
like if you were grabbing someone else's stream and putting that up, I can imagine why that might happen. But coming directly from your computer, I can't imagine why that would happen.
That's fine. It's probably just a driver issue. I think it should be fixed now. Well, a second is more than it should be.
So you beat the game. Here's the credits.
I beat the game.
Yep.
So it's interesting that this game puts the credits right there at the beginning. I kind of like it. But it's kind of confusing. You play this at first and you're like, well, that's it. You fight Garland and cross the bridge and that's it. You win the game. Yeah, world record. Yeah, I lied. This is the Japanese version and we just credits warped. All the loots. Yeah, so this fight sucks. At this early in the game, it's really hard to run away from things. So we have to kind of watch out here. We might get stuck here. Okay, we didn't. That's very good.
Audio is totally fixed now, by the way.
Good. Yeah, just needed a little driver restart. No problem. The creep. These things are not really worth your time to fight. Just the experience that they give you is not very good. Oh, look at that. No one could run away, and the creep missed, so just a complete...
Get out of here, creep. You don't belong here.
Alright, going to Provoca. In other routes, you might see me at this point go and fight ogres and start earning some more experience, but we do this a little bit differently in this version of the route. We're just going straight to pirates. Going to get that ship as soon as possible so we can start fighting Kaizakus.
We got a hell of a question from chat. What determines runaway chance?
Oh, it's... oops, I just selected the wrong dude. It's, I can't, like, look it up. There's a thing that it's supposed to be, and then there's the thing that it actually is. This game is really bugged. There's something like close to 60 documented bugs in it. Some of them breaking really basic mechanics that should work, like running away is bugged. Elemental weaknesses, in some cases, are bugged. Some of the most useful spells are bugged. It's actually rather disappointing. If you played this as a kid and loved it, and then read up on all the stuff about it that doesn't really work, you kind of it's kind of disappointing. But yeah, take a look at the game mechanics guide is probably the most interesting read. If you really care about how things work and what are the formulas for all these stuff, just look up Game Mechanics Guide Final Fantasy and you'll find it. It's an enormous document that is just full of useful information.
Yeah, credit to Astral Esper, I believe, is the author.
That sounds right. Alright, so we got the pirate ship. This guy, he doesn't really fight us, he just calls in his goons to fight us, and then gives us the keys to his pirate ship. So...
yeah, the keys.
Yeah, here's the keys. Got a little anchor keychain attached to him.
Vroom vroom.
That's right.
I think his name's Bick, or...
It's Bick, Bicky, Bikey. Yeah, you take your pick how to pronounce that one.
B-I-K-K-E.
Yeah, B-I-K-K-E. Gonna buy some tents. Tents are pretty useful. We'll talk about what... well, they let you save the game, but we'll talk about what saving the game lets you do in a little bit. Alright, there we go. And I'll leave myself enough money to stay at the inn. So, what happens is, when you start your game up from a hard power, so the console's turned off and you power it on, you'll notice that the encounter that you get at first is always the same. If you're in the ocean, it'll always be Kaizaku. And if you continue to play along and just like keep track of exactly what steps you walked on and exactly, you know, which monsters you fought, you'll find that if you were to do that again, you can reproduce that route exactly. As long as you always walk exactly the same way, you'll run into the same set of monsters on the exact same tiles. That's because this stuff is not random. There is a couple of different counters that are going on, different RNG counters. One of them is the monster formation counter. And it'll just cycle through 256 different values, and each value corresponds to one of the 8 possible monster formations that you can have in each of the zones. There's another counter that's the step counter. It cycles through 0 to 255, and at certain places, and that's an index into a table of just random numbers. There's like a random number table in memory. And certain spots in that random number table have a high enough value to pass the monster threshold, and that's what causes you to get a monster when you take that step. So knowing what that table looks like and what the monster formation table looks like, you can plan exactly what monsters you're going to get and when, and that actually makes this a pretty reliable run. The only thing that I can't control using those methods is what happens in the battle. So I can't control how many monsters appear. Like, each of the monster formations will be something like, you know, between 1 and 5 Kaizoku. But how many you actually get, that's RNG. That's based on the frame that you did your last input in the previous battle, you know? And the frame that you hit the last input in the current round of battle determines how much damage everything does, who goes first, whether you hit or miss, who attacks whom. All that in-battle RNG is not really manipulated in this route. So that we're kind of leaving it up to chance, and that makes this a little bit unsafe. There are actually methods for manipulating that, but they're not quite developed to the point of like Dragon Warrior 1, you know, where you just manipulate the whole game through. Not yet, but I bet that that's going to happen at some point. So what I did there, after I did that battle, I used the tent, and then I powered off my console, and I powered it back on again. And once again, I'm getting into the very first encounter, which is Kaizoku's. And I'm going to do this a couple times, because Kaizoku are probably one of the best enemies to get gold from in the early game. This is a trick that you can use just in your casual playthrough. You absolutely want to use this if you want to get gold quickly. Just save it and in someplace. Power off your console, power it back on again, get into the boat, and just go out into the water. The first thing you'll hit is Kaizoku. Then you can run from a Sahag fight, and the next encounter will be Kaizoku. Then go back to the inn, do it all again. Really easy gold grind. Get yourself silver swords, whatever you want to do. We're not going to earn quite that much because we don't need silver swords to do what's coming. But yeah, this is a manipulation that you may have figured out as a kid. And we're going to do this a couple of times, just going back and forth here just to get enough money to buy short swords for everybody. So tent, I power my console off, back on again. And now we're back at the first encounter in the encounter cycle, which is yet more Kaizokus. And this will go on not much longer. I'm going to do one more Kaizoku fight after this, and then we're going to go and buy our short swords and move on. Silver swords are pretty good. Like, honestly, that's what I always did when I was a kid. Before I did anything like the Marsh Cave or anything like that, I would just grind 4,000 for each fighter and buy him a silver sword. But that's really expensive. That would take forever, even with this method.
This is a speedrun after all.
This is a speedrun. I mean, this is marathon safe speedrun. The world record route is going to do much, much riskier stuff and have a pretty high failure rate. So obviously we want this to work the first time in the marathon. We don't want to have any game overs and replaying anything. We don't want any of that. So one of the things we do to make it safer, the big unsafe thing at this point is getting by the wizards in the Marsh Cave. And the wizards in the Marsh Cave are pretty rough, but if you have Lightning 2 spell, you can wipe them out pretty quickly. So we're going to grind up to level 6, which is what allows the red mages to buy Lightning 2. And they're both going to have it, and we're going to go in there and just completely wreck those wizards. So that's how we do marathon safe wizard route. And yeah, that's pretty much what we're doing right now is just setting up for that. So first I need money to buy the short swords, and then we're going to take those short swords and fight ogres. There's another power cycle, so we can get yet another Kaizoku fight. Having really good RNG on these. And that we can have anywhere between 1 and 5 Kaizokus, and we want closer to 5 because we want money. If we're low on money, things get kind of rough, but this should be plenty. So yeah, basically we need to get some good equipment for these guys. Short swords and iron shield, wooden helmet, and caps for the mages. A bunch of tents we need to buy so that we can save our game. And then we fight those ogres. We buy Lightning 2, and then we go take on the wizards in Marsh Cave. That's the plan right now.
So we don't have to say anything else for
no.
About an hour.
Yeah, not an hour. No, another 25 minutes, and then I'll talk to you guys again. See you later.
Okay, so the characters' names are Ace, Bill, Cal, and Dan. Lots of people often ask you, they'll ask you like why those names, but some people will be like, "How about you change the names?" And then you always just ignore those comments. So I like that you have this like.
The system works pretty well, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, there's like an attachment there, I think. That I think a lot of other people also share as well. You've used these names for like Swords and Serpents, and I don't know their true origins, if there are any.
I don't know if anybody knows the true origins.
Stories. Yeah.
I don't know.
But these characters have taken on a bit of a life of their own.
They certainly have their own personalities.
Repeated use. Yeah. Ace is old reliable, up front. Always will get you out of a jam. The Bulldozer always brings the damage.
Clutch Cal or Close Cal.
And then Dan.
And then Dirt Nap Dan. So we just equipped the short swords. Pretty good. That's a pretty good weapon. It's well worth the 550 for each of those. One more power cycle there at the end. And I forget what to do next. Just kidding, I know what to do next. I have like 20 pages of notes that tell me what to do each step of the way. But the more notes you have, the more likely you are to forget where you are and screw up, so we'll see what happens. This part of the route is very different than the routes that I use for any percent world record or no reset world record. So this is all a little bit unfamiliar territory for me. I've done this route a couple of times just to practice it, but you know, this part of it underwent some changes recently. But yeah, so far really good luck on the Kaizoku. We have no problem with money, even if we get minimal encounters for the rest of this run, or for the rest of this early section here. We should be fine on cash.
Hats for everyone.
Yeah, hats for everyone. Very important. No reason to skimp on the hats. But if anyone's got questions about the game, go ahead and ask. I'll try to answer them. Hopefully Myth can field those questions so that I don't have to, you know, miss everything and divide my attention up. But
your notes are scrolled up like 3 pages too far.
That happens sometimes.
Yep. And then you start reading them and doing things that you were supposed to have done before.
Exactly.
And screw it up even more.
That's exactly what happens. Yes. We're heading over to the Dwarf Cave now. It's just a nice source of money. We can't get at the good stuff. The good stuff in Dwarf Cave is behind a locked door that we won't get the key for yet. So not quite time for that, but we can at least get some money. There's a little bit of money in there that we can pick up. And we're going to need that because Lightning 2 and all the tents that we're going to buy are rather expensive.
I wish my keyboard wasn't so loud as I copy and paste these questions out of chat. Also, I wish I could copy it properly. So you're gonna hear some sounds while some questions come in. But interesting question, what is the best party comp?
For world record, right now we're using 2 red mages and a black mage. And then the 4th character is a black mage that dies immediately. Sorry, did I say 2 red mages? 2 fighters and a black mage. Oh my goodness. 2 fighters and a black mage is probably the best party for going after a world record. For a casual playthrough or for a marathon safe run, 2 fighters, 2 red mages is by far the best one, I think. White mage, not so good, not a lot of reason. Yeah, I know, I didn't mean to say red mages. They're fighters, I meant. But, yeah, white mage, not all it's cracked up to be. Not really that useful in a speed run. And then the other classes are just not even worth considering. I mean, black belt people talk about black belt, but it's... like, so far I have yet to see somebody make good use of a black belt in a run that's aiming for a top time, you know? Doesn't mean it won't ever happen, but it's just so far hasn't.
Basically, a black belt is an inferior fighter until like level 30-ish.
Right.
Currently, there's no known way to get.
Well, I mean, he gets good sooner than that. He gets good sooner, but it's still
he gets good, but
not
like
as good as some of the other options.
Excalibur wielding, fully equipped knight. I feel like you need to get at least that high.
Yeah, maybe so. All right, so you saw one of the encounter skips there. Oh my gosh, another set of Kaizakus. We'll fight them. Yeah. So I'll explain it next time I do an encounter skip, I suppose. But I also did a power cycle there so that I could get Kaizakus again one last time, just in case I needed a little bit of extra experience. Or sorry, a little bit of extra gold, which we don't really. I could probably run away from these things, but I mean, this is a marathon route. I'm just gonna be safe about it and fight them. And a little bit of extra gold never hurt anybody. It's an interesting thing about this game is that when you attack an enemy that's already dead, like you can tell everybody to just all attack the same enemy, but if you attack an enemy that's already dead, it just says ineffective. It doesn't roll over to the next enemy like remakes of the game do, or like any of the future Final Fantasies would. And I actually think that adds a lot of strategy to it, because you have to be counting the amount of damage that you do, you have to know hit point values, you have to know damage ranges. It really just adds a lot of strategy to it. So I totally understand the convenience of, wanting to just have your attacks roll over, but I mean, if that were the case, you would just be able to hold A through all the fights and get basically optimal results, and that wouldn't be nearly as fun. So right here, we're going to make one last trip to Coneria before we go to Elfland, and right there we should be getting a Sahag encounter. Chance to strike first, thank goodness. That means we get a guaranteed runaway. Back to Coneria. Finally, I'm going to start to buy some spells. I'm going to get the Cure spell for the Red Mages, and then I'm going to get the Lightning spell. Lightning, it gets a couple of uses, but mostly we just need some sort of damage spell to use on Astos. Because we'll have each of these guys Lightning too once, but after that they need some other spell to cast. I'm really paranoid about this, so I'm just going to make 100% sure that I bought the thing that I wanted. I had a run where I skipped a spell that was really important just because I mismenued. And it's had me a little worried. So we're gonna get some more tents. Pardon me while I count out loud here. 2, 3, 4. It's the counting portion of the run. 5, 6. Go up to 15. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Alright, 15's the minimum. I'm gonna buy a couple extra. 16, 17, just for safety. 18, 19, 20. How about 21 for good measure? As long as we have 560 gold left, you know what, let's just buy even more. There you go. As long as we had 560 gold left, that's enough to do the rest of the purchasing that I need to do. Alright, now we're headed to Elfland. I'm gonna buy some equipment for my dudes to keep them from getting killed. You know, some nice armor for them to wear. Just a couple extra. I don't know, just in case, because I use the tents to heal sometimes, besides, just using them for reset and, monster manipulation purposes. It's good healing, for that price. Iron Shield is actually a really good buy. I believe it's 2 absorb for 100. It's better than the cap and the wooden helmet. But we're going to buy those things as well because we have money. Because we got lots of Kaizaku. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, looking good on equipment. And okay, we're not going to buy any more tents and heals. Forget the other route, I go up there and get some heal potions, but we're actually not doing that yet. In fact, we're not even staying at the inn. Pretty weird. Alright, we're going to run from this. So, I could use tents to bypass this encounter, I think for the most part, I would rather just save them. But I am going to do a little swapperoo of Ace and Bill here. The person in slot 1 gets hit 50% of the time. Like half of the attacks will hit the person in slot 1. Excuse me. 25% of the attacks will hit the person in slot 2. And about 12.5% of the attacks will hit the person in slot 3 and 4. It's actually it's a couple, like a fraction of a percentage point off from that due to some error in the RNG table. But it's still approximately, 50%, 25%, 12.5, 12.5. So the person in the front, I'm going to keep alternating Bill and Ace just to sort of spread out their damage a little bit. Alright, but for this next one, we do need to use a tent. I'm going to use it right here. And I'll show you what I'm skipping. I could reset right away, but I'm skipping right there an enemy that could poison me because I didn't bother to buy pure potions. To do that skip, what I do is wait till one step before I know the monster is about to appear. One step before that, and I use a tent. Then what happens is when you use the tent, it saves your position in the overworld, saves your XY location. But and that will, anytime you reset the game after that point, it will like I'm just talking about a soft reset, hitting the reset button. It will take you back to that location. But it doesn't change the step counter, and it doesn't change the monster group counter, so none of the monster RNG changes. So what happens is I set the tent right before it, then I walk into that encounter to trigger it, and then I hit the reset button, which puts me right back where that tent was. But as far as the game's RNG is concerned, we've already passed that encounter, because I walked into it, it made that little like screen flashy thing that it does when you're about to go into the encounter, and that's considered, encounter done. You just reset and you can walk right past it. So as long as you know exactly where these monsters are going to occur in the overworld, exactly what step is going to be a monster, you can just skip every encounter in the overworld as long as you're willing to pay 75 gold, for a tent each time. Pretty neat stuff. And let's see, I do want to use tent right here just for some healing. And we should have a Groger fight. Ooh, it's a full complement of Grogers here, so let's hope that things don't go badly for us. We can't lose anybody here. If somebody dies, I'm going to need to reset. I won't reset the whole run, but I'll go right back to that tent that I used. That safety tent that I used a moment ago. These first couple of fights are kind of rough until we start to get to level 5. Oh, Cal's taking a beating. I should probably have popped a heal on Cal. Oh. Because these things can hit hard.
The Groger especially.
Oh, he sucks. The Groger definitely hits really hard. I'm going to pop 2 cures on Cal just because I really care about him. Okay, that's fine. Every time that Groger attacks, it freaks me out a little. There we go, terminated. How nice.
A really, really good question in chat is, how do you remember everything in this run?
I don't. I make meticulous notes, and then I try my best to read those notes as I'm doing my run. I figure all this stuff out with emulator, when I can, save and load as much as I want. And once I've figured out where everything is, I write it down.
You also have like visual cues, right? You have
I also I take screen caps. Yeah, using the emulator as I go through, I take screen caps of each of the places where I want to use a tent. For something like this run, I kind of need it because I don't do this all the time. But for the world record route, like I've done it enough times that I could do that without notes. But this, this route got changed so much in the week leading up to this that I definitely need them for this. Alright, got one dead. So now we're going to do a grind here. So you guys are familiar with the Peninsula of Power, right? A lot of people are. The peninsula northeast of Provoca, I believe is what they call it. And what happens is the overworld is divided up into a grid. There's a grid, I forget how many tiles per grid square, but it's basically divided up to a big grid. And all of squares. And depending on which square you're in, you'll get a different set of encounters. So the monster formation RNG, it's controlled by like this RNG table in memory, and each of the spots in that table is a number from 0 to 7, or you could say 1 to 8, whatever. There's 8 possibilities for each one, and that refers to one of the 8 monster formations that you can get. And in each of the quadrants, or each of these grid squares in the overworld, which of the 8 monster formations you're going to get, it just depends on what grid you're in. And they try to make it so that the grids roughly correspond to where the continents are, but there are some places where they made a few little mistakes in the gridding of the overworld, and there'll be like 1 or 2 little tiles in one area that actually correspond to a monster zone that's supposed to be from a much later area in the game. So you may have known from, I don't know if people got it from Nintendo Power or from their friends or just experimentation, but over in Provoca, you can go to the right and then up and get to the tip of this peninsula, and if you walk around in that tip, you'll actually get a set of monsters that comes from the Lefian area. Lefian is much closer to the end of the game, and so you get zombies and giants and some really lucrative enemies, and you have access to them really early, so that's a nice spot to power grind. This spot right here is another such spot that I found. At least I hadn't known of anybody having discovered this before, but when I took the overworld and actually drew the grid on it, I noticed this was, and I was looking for Peninsula of Powers all over the place, and this was the only one I could find, but it turns out it's a really good one. So there's one little tile here, just one tile against that shore, is part of the Melmond area. Melmond is the first town that you get to after you use the TNT to break open the channel and reach the larger world. So it's like the Earth Cave area. And, the monsters are, in general, slightly more lucrative than the ones over here, but the nice thing is the very first monster you get in the Melmond area after doing a power cycle is this Groger and 1 to 2 Ogre fight, which is a really good one to grind on. So what I keep doing is just powering saving it, powering the console off and on, and just doing fight number 1 over and over and over again, because it's this really good fight. And this actually works out to be a nice quick way to earn level 6 before doing the Marsh Cave. So we'll be here for a while, not too long though. I think it's 11 of these fights. So we'll be here a little while, but it's hopefully not going to be, hopefully it won't be very eventful. Like, the more eventful it is, the worse, because it means having to shuffle people around and have close, near-death experiences and all that. I don't want any of that. We just want this to be smooth and boring. I'm going to put a little heal on Ace. He doesn't really need it, because we're about to tent, but just want to be safe. There you go, power my console off. And this tile right here is the one, but you'll see that we get into the encounter one tile below it. So I walked south off of that tile and got the encounter that's supposed to be for Melmond. And the reason is the zone that you're in when you trigger an encounter, it's determined by the square that you're walking from, not the square that you're walking to. So you actually have to make it so you walk onto that square, that one little square there that is part of the Melmond monster set, on the very last step before the encounter is about to occur, and then you walk off of that square in any direction, and it gives you this fight. So just an interesting little thing, because the tile that you're walking to determines whether it'll be an encounter or not, but the tile that you're walking from determines which encounter it'll be. It's just kind of a weird thing having to do with just the order in which they programmed the way it increments the RNGs.
Yeah, there's a couple of instances where the order in which they decided to do things creates some interesting strategies. I'm specifically thinking of the way the house item will restore your spell charges, but not until after it saves the game. So if you die and reload or whatever, you don't actually have those spell charges from the item, and the item's gone.
Yeah, it's really trolly. Yeah, if you use a house, it refills your hit points, then it saves your game, then it refills your spell charges. So you use a house, and if you go to reset, you don't have your spell charges back. So every time you use a house, you need to also use a tent or a cabin immediately afterwards. Otherwise, you just lost your spell charges if you happen to actually need to go back and reload for anything. Kind of dumb. It's just one of those little gotchas that you need to know about. I'm going to swap these guys again. And let's use another tent.
Fun, easy question in chat from Troll Lord. So maybe a troll. I don't know, but maybe Lord of the Trolls. He just wants to know: are you going to be in the next AGDQ?
I am. I will be running this game in AGDQ. You will see Final Fantasy 1.
Final Fantasy 1 AGDQ.
I remember back in 2011, I think, I was told that Final Fantasy 1 would never be in a GDQ. It's just too long a game and too unsafe a game. So I am honored to be actually running it in AGDQ 2017. What a long way we've come.
And some other stuff too. We had Cantaloupe Run, Nightmare on Elm Street. There's going to be a fun 4-person co-op run of that.
That'll be cool.
Of which Feasel will be a part of.
FF1,
there's a co-op.
Sorry.
Nah, you should
FF1 was in this already, but it wasn't what you're going to see here. The stairs thing that's a different run. Nothing like true. That.
The stairs is a 10-minute goof, basically.
Yep. And you
I don't know. There's optimization there.
Oh, sure, there is.
But it's definitely its own thing. Gauntlet is another co-op run.
Oh yeah, we'll be doing that. Who's running Gauntlet this time?
Mitch.
Myth Flower Power? Wait, what was it?
Myth Flower Power.
Fees Attack 24?
We're going to be doing the co-op.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
It's us two.
I have to keep reminding him. He just can't.
I can't remember.
Yeah.
It's not in my notes.
Looking forward to it.
No, I'm totally Gauntlet. That's going to be great. There's no way something could go wrong in Gauntlet.
No way. Especially since we've totally routed out the game and we're totally solid on. We've never actually played that game together yet.
People are listening. You can't say this stuff.
We worked out the net play on Nestopia, sort of. We're pretty sure.
We're both pretty sharp on one player. That's good enough.
Yeah, yeah. We'll just do the one player with 2 people and no one will notice.
All right.
And there's something else, isn't there? Am I missing one?
You mentioned Nightmare on Elm Street, and this. Those are the 3 things I'm running, and you're running Kabuki, right? Kabuki Quantum.
I am. That wasn't what I was fishing for, but thank you. I am going to be running Kabuki Quantum Fighter. I don't know if I want to. So I was Spike Vegeta put out a tweet where he analyzed the schedule and gave his opinions on everything. And I was like, "Oh, what did he say about me?" And he's like, "Yeah, this game does nothing for me." I'm like, "Oh well."
Kabuki, it's a really good platformer though. Kabuki Quantum Fighter is a fun game to play.
It is. I like to think that there's nothing really special about it, and that the reason it's in the marathon is because I did a really good job in my submission video.
There you go.
But who knows? Maybe they saw something in the game. But yeah, that's us. That's us at AGDQ.
That's what we'll be doing.
Lots of people in this marathon going to be in AGDQ.
I know. It's like a preview for AGDQ. If AGDQ was all NES games, which, in my opinion, it should be. But enough about other marathons that aren't all about NES games, because this has been a crazy marathon. I was up much longer than I should have been. I should have been getting a reasonable amount of sleep. Given that I didn't have to run the broadcast for half the day like we did last year, I should have actually gotten normal amounts of sleep, but I didn't, because it was just so hard to go to sleep with all these NES runs happening.
Yeah, I'm running on fumes here too, because I ran a thing over on Speed Gaming. I just keep directing attention away from the event we're going on. Basically, I had a commitment that I committed to, and it resulted in 2 hours sleep just because I wanted to keep watching. I was like, this is not right. This is not smart what I'm doing here, but I need to see how this run is going to turn out, and then the next one comes on.
Oh, didn't quite get the level up yet. We're getting close, guys. We're getting close. we want to get level 6, because that is the earliest that we can get the Lightning 2 spell. That is a level 3 spell, spell level 3, so you have to actually be experience level 6 if you're a red mage. The Black Mage can get it at level 5, which is one of the reasons why we use the Black Mage in the World Record route, because you only need to grind up to level 5, and that Black Mage can just wipe everything out with the Lightning 2. But the Black Mage also tends to die a lot, so that wouldn't be too good for a marathon run. But we're almost there. We also need to earn 3,000 gold to be able to buy 2 charges of Lightning 2, 2 instances of Lightning 2. There we go, getting really close. But this is a pretty fun game. When I started running this game, I don't remember, it was probably 3 to 4 years ago, I don't remember. There was only one, I mean, there was a segmented run, and then there's only one single segment run. And it's interesting, because the guy who did it, he had figured out that the monster groups could be manipulated, but he didn't really figure out the step manipulation. And at the time, everything that was written about the step manipulation was wrong. Even the great game mechanics guide was still not entirely accurate. And then at some point, the Axeman did his tasks, and the Axeman just, I can't say enough good stuff about that guy when it comes to FF1, because he really, like, it's brilliant, like, what he did with it, and the level of optimization that he was able to take it to. And he released all the code that he used to do the optimizations, and all kinds of information about how all the different RNG parts worked. So definitely go check out the tasks of this game. You know, there's a regular task, there's also a White Mage task, which is extremely entertaining. So yeah, really cool stuff. Shoutouts to the Axeman. We are almost there.
That might have been one of the earliest uses of, like, Lua scripts in tool-assisted speedrunning.
I don't know if it was, but...
No, not Lua scripts, bots. Like
oh,
bots,
like an actual search bot.
RNG. Yeah.
Maybe, yeah, it's certainly... Yeah, it's hard to think of, like, brute force searching used before that. I mean, I know...
The other one I think of is Dark Kobold doing some of the Shining Force stuff.
Sure, yeah, and Dunnius did some brute force searching in Hydlide to optimize things too. There's like a bunch of people who've done that, but yeah, the Final Fantasy 1 task is probably a shining example of, you know, using algorithms to search for solutions. So here we go, level 6. This is what we need. So we're done with this grind. And now we're going to walk back and get that Lightning 2 spell. And then we are ready to take on... We're ready to take on the wizards. Monster Strike first. Just run from this guy.
I love when things like ogres ambush you. Like, where was he hiding?
Getting snuck up on by an ogre is pretty unlikely. I'm gonna delay right here. This is the border of one of the zones. If I were to walk one more step down, that takes me into the next monster zone, and the encounter that I would get there would be something poisonous. And I just don't feel like buying pure potions this early in the run. I mean, I'll buy some now for the Marsh Cave, but up to this point, I don't really like buying pure potions. Did I do something stupid? I did. Let's see, I'm there. I think I'm... Yeah, I actually don't want to go to Elfland yet. I want to do Coneria first. I can fix that though. Or that should fix it. Yeah, I did. I'd messed up a little thing. That's fine. I messed up the step count slightly. I just wanted to make sure I had it planned out how to get back on track.
Part of me was like, you should fill in and say some things here, and then part of me was like, don't disturb him. He's doing math.
No, it's fine. It's all good. Actually,
it can get nerve-wracking though when you get off the step route.
yeah, that's why I don't want to be off the step route. I had to take a moment to, because we can improvise this. That's not really such a big deal, but I'd rather not do that. Because like at some point, by the time I get into the marsh cave, it's all gonna be. I'm gonna do a power cycle, and we'll be back to a starting state anyway. I just don't want to, improvise at this point, but we could. I'm just going to buy a bunch of pure potions here because there's a lot of poisonous stuff. I can avoid the poisonous encounters in the overworld, but in the dungeons, you can't use tents, so you can't do that whole save and load business to avoid the encounters that you don't like. So I have to actually deal with some enemies that can poison me. Good stuff. Now I'm just going to buy a bunch of heal potions. Probably a lot. I need 3,100 gold to buy the lightning 2s and then stay at the inn. So everything in excess of that I'm just going to dump into heal potions. I'm not going to need this many heal potions. In fact, I probably am not going to use a single one in the marsh cave, but you may as well, like if you know exactly how much gold you need for your equipment purchasing, you may as well just spend all the rest of it on heal potions now, because I'm either have to buy it now or have to buy it later. You know, going into Temple of Fiends will be all the way up to 99 heal potions, so at some point they have to get bought. I might use a heal potion or two in Marsh Cave, it depends. You can only buy them one at a time. One of the big complaints about this game, later Final Fantasies, they fixed this. You know, this is when you pull out your turbo controller and just hold the A button. Red Mage is safer for marathons. They get a lot more hit points. Than the Black Mage does, so they're much less likely to get destroyed. That's the real reason why you want them. Also the fact that they can get the life spell, and the Black Mage cannot. That life spell can be pretty helpful. If somebody dies in Temple of Fiends, bring him back. Just a little more. There we go. Don't do it. Okay, there we go. They put these NPCs right by the exit just to troll you.
Yes, we haven't figured out how to get NPCs out of the way yet.
Yeah, the NPCs, they use a different set of RNG than the other things that we're manipulating here, so we're not actually manipulating NPCs. We're at their mercy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Just a little something there to avoid an encounter. And that's
right,
because because the oceans have a let me say the oceans have a slightly less dense encounter rate. There's like fewer encounters in the ocean than there is on land. So what I did is I passed by a spot in the step table where there would have been an encounter when we were on land, but wouldn't be if we were in the water. So that's why I stayed in the water till we passed that, and then went on to land there. And then power, and we're back on track. Here we go. So this part's going to look a lot like the record route. Using a tent, I triggered the encounter and then reset to go back to where that tent was, and that encounter is now gone. Good stuff. And we'll do it again here. Okay, you can go on with what you're saying. I got past the part I need to explain.
No, it made me laugh because I was about to talk about how the encounters in the ocean are less dense, so you could actually skip encounters that you would get on land by staying in the ocean while you advance the counter.
Yep, that's how it works. Same thing happens going from dungeons to the overworld as well. So there'll be a few... actually, in this route, I don't think I do that anywhere, but in general, you can do that in some places. Anytime you're exiting a dungeon, you have the option of perhaps skipping an encounter. And so what I did there, I did a hard power, and then I did 2 soft resets to skip 2 encounters. So I'm coming in here on encounter 3, and this is a relatively safe... If you're coming in at encounter 3 onwards, that's a relatively safe path through here. So we are going to get some stuff that poisons us, but the worst thing that we can run into here is going to be a set of scorpions, and we will have to, get away from them, but it's honestly much better than a lot of the stuff we might have encountered here. These scum, though, yeah, so early in the run at such a low level, it's kind of hard to run away from enemies sometimes, but that'll get better. And I don't need to swap Dan and Cal, but for some reason it just makes me feel better to see them in the right order. Here we go. A couple of things about free squares. You'll notice that you never get into an encounter when you're walking onto a town, and that's because the towns are free squares that don't count as the step. If you walk onto that to a free square, it doesn't increment the step counter. Other things like the docks, like where you dock your ship, anywhere on the dock that you walk is a free square. Walking into or out of the ship is a free square. Walking into or out of the canoe is a free square. And interestingly, right there in front of that door is a free square. Above and below every door inside a dungeon is a free square, as well as inside the door threshold itself. And also the lower part, like the lower edge of the inside of any room in a dungeon, is a free square. So if you use this anytime you see like this white room and then it goes black like that when I go in, I can walk here all day. I can walk along this bottom of this, and there's no encounters. It's all safe zones.
Madman, you're pushing fate there, stepping all over the place.
I'm confident. It's all right. All right, we're gonna get that iron armor onto him. Copper is not going to be useful to us, and let's get our short sword onto who gets it. Dan. We'll give Dan a short sword. Yeah, okay. And now we have a gargoyles fight. These aren't so bad, but the fight that's coming up next is just awful.
Gargoyles have a lot of hits, so they can
crit.
They have a pretty good crit, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's about it. Just a little bit of damage.
Right. I mean, if we had black mages in the party, I might be concerned, but with the red mages, they're strong enough that it will probably be fine. You know what? I will use a heal potion. I said I wasn't going to, but... I mean, like, I could use some of the level 1 spell charges. Oh, door glitch! If you pause when you're in a door, you unpause and you get that cool little artifact there. So the scorpions strike first, of course, because they're troops. Some encounters have a higher than average chance of striking first, and these are one of them, unfortunately, because this is probably the worst. This is the worst encounter that this is the worst encounter that I'll face. You see that there? That's why I don't like scorpions. Right? That was scary.
That was so much damage. Black Mage dead like 3 times over.
Yeah, Black Mage would have been dead. You know, that's why we use Red Mages. It wouldn't have been run over, but we would have had to start the Marsh Cave all over again. That would have sucked.
And then the poison to boot.
The poison. Yeah, we'll deal with that. That's fine. Okay, 4 wizards. Normally I would be resetting if this was, you know, the no reset route. I would be starting a new run, but here we come in here with 2 casts of Lightning 2, and as long as the mage doesn't die... Jinx. Oh, there we go. There's Lightning 2. We're going to flatten these things with Lightning 2. Pretty weak Lightning 2 on those 2 there. Let's hope for a strong cleanup here by Dan. 62 is enough. 43 is not enough. It is pretty unusual for those guys to survive.
It must have like between 1 and 4 HP or something.
Yeah, it's quite almost dead there. Quite close to dead. They have 84 total, so they were pretty close to it. Let's get the crown. You don't want to skip the crown because you'd have to fight the wizards again. You definitely don't want to do that. And because this is a marathon run, I'm going to pop some healing on everybody. Normally I wouldn't bother to do this, but we really want to make sure we don't lose the run to something stupid. Because the crits in this game do a lot of damage.
Yeah, they
I forgot to split
completely.
Thanks. I always forget to split there. Thank you, Toad. It's like seriously, it's hard not playing with splits because like my hand gets itchy. I keep wanting to go.
Yeah, it wants to hit things. Or you're gonna start switching scenes in the broadcaster and just mutant things. I was gonna say chat's already talked a lot about it, but the wizards are not very wizardly.
No, the wizards don't even cast a single spell. They're the world's lamest wizards.
They just beat the hell out of you, to be honest. They do so much damage. They are supposed to be mind flayers, a la D&D. They look exactly like him, and in later versions of the game,
well, So the sorcerers, okay, what they call sorcerers in this game are what mind flayers would be.
I think so.
The remakes, and the wizards in this game, what we just fought, I think are called Piscademons.
Piscademons.
I could be wrong about that, or maybe it's different depending on which version, but I think the mind flayers are sorcerers, which are truly awful. They're the purple. They look just like that, but they're purple, and they are truly awful. They'll just like instant kill you when they hit you. It's just stupid.
Their one-hit kill thing, I think, is supposed the brain-sucking thing that they do in D&D lore, which is the reason why they're wizards here and not Piscademons. Just trying to get ahead of any copyright issues. They went with a lot of name changes when releasing this game.
Skipping some more encounters, just using the tent on this step right before the encounter is supposed to occur, and then we do a soft reset after triggering the encounter, and all's good. Alright, going up to Astos. This is going to be an interesting fight. We may not win, but the nice thing is that we get to use the tent right there to save immediately before it, so if this goes badly, we just reset and do it again. Astos is tricky because he has such a high absorb that the fighters are going to do almost no damage. Unless the fighter crits, the fighters are probably going to do like 1 damage per turn. So it's entirely dependent on your ability to use spells. So that's why we want to have some sort of mage alive for this. There's a 51. Let's see what this other one is. A 59. That was excellent. We're going to have no trouble with this. Even if he rubs a mage right now, you're going to see rub spell come out. Bill's dead. That's fine. We want the mages to be... Oh, no, we want the mages to be alive. Bill's going to miss out on some experience, unfortunately, but the nice thing is Astos got past rub. Each enemy... well, I guess normal enemies don't have a lot of spells, but any enemy or any boss has a list of spells and a list of skills, and he cycles through them in a fixed order. If you see an enemy do a physical attack, it means they're not using that spell, but it could still come out the next turn. Rub is the first thing Astos casts, so you know right away whether you're going to have a good fight or not. But that's okay. Bill took one for the team. He died so that one of the mages could live. That's perfectly fine, very noble of him.
I think monsters also have like a set percentage for how likely they are to do each thing. There's like it's a 25% chance it'll attack physically, and then
physical's the last thing. I can't remember if it's skill then spell. It's like a certain % chance that they'll do a spell, then a certain % chance that they'll do a skill, and then if neither of those happens, then it'll do a physical attack. I might have the spell and skill part backwards, but that's what it is. And if they do a spell or a skill, they have a list of what they're going to be in order, and it always goes through that list in order. It'll just be whatever the next thing in that list is.
That becomes really important for... I guess it's important for Lich, who's pretty close. But I'm thinking of Chaos in particular, who has the full heal spell in his repertoire.
Can heal fully, yeah, that really sucks. Alright, back at Elfland, revive, we hit the inn. And I get to use the save from that inn to skip this first enemy. The first encounter there, very nice. Alright, so now that we've done all that, we're going back to Coneria, and I'm going to restock on tents. Of course, we probably have a bunch left. Let me just take a look. We have 2 left. Alright, so I'll buy 9 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright, there we go. need these tents so that we can skip encounters in the stuff that's coming up here. Here's one. See, this is a spot where I would get into an encounter on land, but I go one extra step more than I need to in the water, and it bypasses that encounter. So that's another neat little manipulation of knowing the step table. And now we're going to Mayoda's cave. After we fought... Well, we fought the wizards and that gave us the crown. We took the crown to Astos and he said, guess what, I'm not a nice guy, I'm actually a jerk, and he fights us. And we kill him and we get back the crystal ball that he stole from this witch here. So we're going to come in and steal some of her stuff. We're going to talk to this broom. Maybe we'll figure out what that means eventually. And then we'll talk to her and give her the crystal back, and she gives us a most powerful herb. So now, our goal is to deliver this herb to Elfland.
Yeah, make sure you don't smoke the most powerful herb on a
medicinal.
lark on your way there.
The Elf King's got really bad glaucoma. It's not... It's perfectly legitimate, okay?
Matoya laces it with a little something.
Is it Matoya? Did I say Mayota instead of Matoya?
You say Mayota every single time.
I sure did. I know. It's hard for me to... Because that's what I always said as a kid, and it's really hard for me to shake that habit now.
And every time you do, I just think, like, Toyota.
Uh-huh. No, I know. It's a bad habit.
Tomato, tomato.
Matoya. It always makes me think of Latoya.
Matoya, Tamaya.
Yeah, there's probably a pun in there somewhere, right? We'll see how many things I... Yeah, Chad will find it. But yeah, there's a bunch of things that I'm going to mispronounce during this run. I said Toyota. Oh, shoot. I know I didn't have it right. Alright, we delivered the herb, and he gives us a key. And we immediately use that key to walk right back in here and steal his stuff.
This is a dog-eat-dog world, man. You show up with the crown that a dude asked you to get, and then he says, nah, man, and he's evil. So you just kill him and take his things. You go to the witch, take her things. Act like you're doing a favor for this guy with the herb. Then you steal his things. No honor.
Gloves.
No honor in whatever the name of this world is.
Oops, no, wait, we're gonna drop chain, gloves, helmet, chain. Alright, I got it. And then I got this one. Almost forgot, we don't have much space in our inventory. That's the nice thing about having one character who's just dead the whole time, is you can use their inventory just for extra storage. But with 4 people who all have to be equipped with stuff... Oh wait, let's do the silver hammer first. It's a bit harder. I have to keep remembering to sell or drop things in time to pick up new stuff. Alright, now we're gonna get Fire 2.
That's a good one.
Fire 2 is a good spell. Interesting thing about Fire is when you use it against undead, you do extra damage. It's just a lot of damage versus undead. And where are we going next? Canaria Castle? Yeah, I think we are. So the thing about magic is there's two different damage ranges that each magic spell can do. Each spell has sort of a base damage, and it's the amount of damage it does is a random number that's based on the base damage, but you may end up getting like twice that amount. and it's what I call it, like, people say it's the magic hitting or the magic missing. I like to think of it as critting, like the magic can either hit normally or it can crit. And so that's why sometimes you'll see that the spells you do are a lot, and sometimes they're not very much. And it's because you got a magic crit. And the nice thing is, if you're using a spell against... If you're using fire against an undead, it automatically crits. So Fire 2 against Lich, for instance, or one of the undead that can stun lock you, any of that stuff, it's going to do extra damage guaranteed.
I think it's base 30, so that would be 60 to 120 damage.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And we just picked up...
He's got 400 health too, so we'll talk about Lich later.
Oh, we'll talk about Lich plenty, believe me.
Lich, please.
Someone had to say it, I guess.
Yeah, I beat everyone to it. I figured it was best.
Alright. A little skip there. We're going, we're moving. We're getting there. Now we got the TNT. And what we're going to do is take that over to the dwarves. In here, we're going to give that TNT to one of the dwarfs. And he is going to blast open this peninsula. It's just south of where I am. He's going to blast open that little peninsula and make a little channel that you can use for the boat to get out of here. The way this game's structured, it's kind of neat. It starts out small and your world gradually grows bigger, which is, a good game design in general. And yeah, you sort of have this little cove that you're in, or this tiny little pond that you're swimming around in at the start, and there's a few towns, but that's basically all you can get to. And getting the TNT here, giving it to that guy, and blowing open that little channel is what lets you get to the rest of the game. That opens up the ocean of the entire world. It's just that at this point in time, you can only go to places in the world that have a ship dock. And eventually, you'll get to the point where you get a canoe, and that lets you dock any place that has a river, not just a dock. And then finally, after all that, you get the airship, which lets you go any place at all that has planes that you can land on. So yeah, gradually you get access to more and more. So we're about to exit, and of course the very first thing you do is you visit the very first town, and you've got a quest. You're supposed to go and fight Lich, this earth fiend who's been sucking the land dry or something like that. It's a whole big thing. I don't really read the story. I can't tell you what it is, but it's something about fiends and orbs in a time loop, I think.
The time loop is total BS, but you should be able to at least know a vampire. It was a vampire that came and wrecked the town.
It was, huh?
All the earth goodness. Yep.
What a jerk. Oh, it wasn't even Lich. So Lich is just minding his own business, not wrecking towns or anything, and we just come along and kill him just to light up a stinking orb.
Well, I think technically he might have done it, but they blame the vampire, or maybe the vampire takes credit for it. Like you said.
Wow.
That was a little sketchy. There's definitely a vampire involved. So we'll go pay him a visit.
I mean, I don't just assume vampires are evil right off the bat, I'm trying to be...
You've seen Twilight.
Oh, yeah.
You're a big fan. I know this for...
Clearly, I'm a huge fan. Alright. So we're going to sell some stuff. We're going to sell almost everything because we're done with all this stuff. We're going to upgrade to all new stuff.
I like how you open up this... Like, you go to, like, a dwarven cave, and there's a treasure trove with all these treasure chests, and inside you loot the dragon sword, and you're like, cool, I'm gonna sell that.
Yeah.
Here you go.
It's like, here, this will help you in your quest. Thanks, this will help me make money.
Like this, I'm going to buy 100 heal potions one at a time.
Neat stuff like the silver armor. Ooh, we're gonna sell that. Getting rid of that stuff. Hope I sold everything I was supposed to. If I didn't, who cares? We'll be fine. Time to buy some tents. This is going to get really intense. I'm counting up to 40 here, so it'll be a while. This is a good time to read some donations.
Well, actually, this is pretty hilarious, actually, because I'm on a volunteer. It's a thing I like to do. So for AGDQ, I was like, I'll volunteer some of my time, and I'll be a host. And then I started reading up, and they're like, we need an audition to make sure that you would be a good fit. So they actually said, like, write up some donation comments and read them the way you would as if you were hosting. So I have fake donation comments ready to go at a moment's notice. But I think that would be that'd be kind of selfish to just take over a marathon to just do. I've got this chore I need to take care of. How about you guys all just watch me do my thing? No, this marathon is not for charity. This is a fun, community-based thing that we do by the runners, for the runners, and for the fans of the runs, basically. And it gives it a different feel. I quite like it. Hopefully everyone enjoys it.
I think that was 40. We'll see. We'll see how close I was. Now I'm going to refill a couple of pure potions because we used a few. We didn't use that many though, right? We used like 3 at the most. I think we used about 3 or 4. But I'm just going to buy a bunch because you can't have too many and we got so much money right now. And all the rest of it goes into heal potions, so now I don't have to think because I don't have to count here. You know what, let me count the tents before I do this. I just don't want to do something stupid. Yeah, there's 40 tents. Wonderful. It's always a good time to make tent puns though. Tent pun. Tent ton. Almost said tent punt. Sounds like a pretty weird Olympic event, the tent punt.
It's all bundled up, and they kick it out, and it unfolds, and you get points based off of how set up it is when it lands.
Right.
That is the appropriate response. Oh, okay.
If I say command 100 times in a row, yeah, I'm just gonna leave you hanging there. I was intensely focusing on buying items from this shop.
As you should. There's time to be gained here, Feasel. This is a speed run. You are losing frames.
I'm gonna mash harder.
Every single one of these.
I am, though. The task is killing me right now. As if the task would be buying heal potions. Ah, good stuff. You know, there's a speed hack of this game where they let you buy 9 heal potions at once instead of buying them one at a time. That would be nice. Almost there.
Final Fantasy 3 is the first one, but they were like, how about you can buy 4 or 10 of them?
Yeah, would have been.
And then 4, they were like, well, wait, why don't they just choose? Why don't they just choose a number? Genius.
Brilliant. I'm wondering if we'll get to 99 heal potions or if I'll get down to 4,300 gold. I need to stop at 4,300 because that's my purchases in the next town. Watch me go right past it because I'm not paying attention.
Yeah, the thank you, what else becomes you don't have room or whatever it is.
Right, and sometimes I don't look and it'll just keep saying can't carry anymore,
Yep.
Can't carry anymore, can't carry anymore. And while chat loses their minds because they notice it and I don't. Okay, finally done with that.
NPC also not blocking the way.
Nice of him. Alright, let's use one of these tents, skip an encounter. That gap right there that we're going through, that's what the dwarf opened up with this TNT. He blasted that open.
Kind of sacrificed himself in the process, too. He just kind of vanishes.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's fine playing with TNT in the cave.
Probably fine.
Ooh, steel armor. Look at that. That's got to be good.
Yeah,
right?
steel armor must be a great thing to wear.
It actually does have really good stats. It just it weighs so much that it actually like its defense is quite brought down by the lack of evasion, and then also it costs $1 bajillion, and you get something that's like better than it in every way pretty shortly after you could ever afford that thing.
All right, using the end to skip an encounter. Looking good.
Are we earthbound?
We are not.
Earth cave bound? No.
We are not. We are not. So Earth Cave and Lich in particular are very, very dangerous. So we're not gonna go there. Ever.
Gonna go.
Wait, no, we are gonna go there eventually. We probably have to.
New thing found.
There's no, for a game as buggy as this, it's funny that there aren't any sequence breaks.
I had a dream that I found a way to like move the ship over one tile, and it would like get out of that closed-in area before you blast it open with the TNT. Just one example of like if you could just do one thing, you could really open this game up. But you're right, it is pretty straightforward here. You're not really skipping any of the intended plot points.
Nope. You basically have to do the whole thing. Yeah, not really a lot of helpful bugs. Plus more.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. This is not a plot item thing we're doing.
Nope. Alright, so I did a hard power there, and that guarantees me that I'm going to get this encounter here. That was bad. Let's not do this one.
So fans of Final Fantasy 1 will recognize the Peninsula of Power.
Oh, yeah.
That's the one.
This is an encounter we want here. Zombies, they're undead, so they are susceptible to fire. We're going to get a crit for each one of these. Yeah, see, 172. 58 is probably the lowest you're going to see. Well, it's a little bit higher than the lowest you're going to see, but that's pretty bad damage. We're hoping for triple digits on each of these Fire 2 hits. But this is Peninsula Power. These enemies that I'm fighting here are part of the Lefian monster set. So they actually are way ahead of what we're supposed to be facing at this point in time. And they're going to be worth a lot of experience, but they are also kind of dangerous. So we have to be careful here. A bit careful.
Oh, right. My math was wrong. It's 45. So it's 90 to 180 that you deal with Fire 2 to Undead.
Mm-hmm. That sounds right. I'm actually going to go back just to get my spells refilled. Because now we're level 7, we can get another Fire 2, and you really can't do much fighting without Fire 2. It's just hard. You can do smaller groups, but if you want to get the group of 4, you kind of need that Fire 2 spell. The nice thing is overworld travel is pretty quick, just given that we don't have to do any encounters that we don't want to. So we're going to do this. We're only going to do this 3 times. I'm going to go out there, fight some stuff, come back here. This is the first time we've already done it, so there's only 2 more after this. This is not going to be a long grind like the other one we did. This is going to be pretty quick. And there's the encounter. Skip. Walking on this dock because it saves steps. I don't think it really matters, but I do it usually. And then I go 12 steps away from the spot where I want the encounter to be. Or is it 14? I don't even know. The right number of steps away. That's the spot where you use the tent if you want to get into an encounter right here. And that's a bad one. Let's get a good one. Trolls are not worth as much as... No, we can do better than that. Trolls are not worth as much as zombies. And they're also not susceptible to fire. so I don't like them. Still don't like it. I'm gonna get
really?
picky here. Well, it's not like they're immune to it, but they're not. They don't.
Yeah.
They're not undead, so they don't get the bonus. Good enough.
Because trolls in D&D lore-wise are indeed weak to fire.
I don't think these are.
I think there's actually the thing that how it works in D&D is that they regenerate health, and then if they get set on fire, they stop doing that. And there's actually a flag in this game for monsters to be regenerative and to slowly regain health. But it's bugged. It's one of the many bugs. So that just doesn't, it's not a thing. Warmech is actually flagged to be regenerative as well, so that would make a hard fight even harder.
Level 7 for Bill. Bill the Straggler. We're good. Alright. Use tent. And we do it again. There's a good one.
That's what you want.
Oh yeah.
I appreciate the name Zomble, by the way. I don't think we ever addressed that.
It's pretty good.
But if you were going to have a zombie minotaur thing,
it would be a Zomble. And I love the completely arbitrary capitalization that they use.
Yeah. They switch it up, even like within different monsters within the same game. They're like, I don't know.
They switch
Gray
up
is all
mid-word.
lowercase, but a capital W. And
yeah, right.
Zomble.
Ace is not looking good. Okay. So a little worried about you, Ace. There's level 8 for everybody except Bill. Oh, never mind. Bill actually made it past the next level threshold. That's very nice.
He's keeping up.
Bill keeping pace like a champ. Another lovely level up. We're going to go back and do this again. We could use the house to refill the spell charges, but it just worked out that having to repurchase that house later, because we do need that house for something else, just means you got to go out of your way, and you're going to waste 300 gold, and it's just, or sorry, 3,000 gold, and it's just not worth it. We may as well just walk back and use this thing the old-fashioned way. And unless I could get several houses, I have to walk back here at some point anyway, so not really all that useful. Alright, back at it again. This is going to be the last time we go up there to fight the Zombles. We're going to get level 9, which is our target. Level 9 is going to make it so that we have 3 casts of Fire 2, which is really important for Lich, because it means that even if one of the mages dies, the other mage has enough Fire 2s to kill Lich. And just having that extra hit points for everybody is going to be really important.
Even absolute minimum rolls, 3 Fire 2s would be 270 damage of Lich's 400 hit points. It's pretty beefy.
Yeah. Lich is a tough fight. I have probably a less than, oh, do I like this? I don't. Let's try one more time. Yeah, I have usually a less than 50% chance of beating Lich in the world record route, but this we should have almost 100% chance of beating him with this party.
Almost 100%.
Oh, nothing's 100%. Unfortunately, this is a pretty random game, but it'll be close. Fight. Finish these things off by hand. We have one more Charge of Fire 2 for each mage, so we can do this encounter one more time. I may have to fight one more after that. I'd like to get Bill his level 9, but if everyone else has got level 9, I'll just move on anyway without him. Because if he doesn't get it here, he'll get it at the vampire fight, but I like having the extra hit points specifically for that vampire fight, because it just gives Bill some more padding. Actually check. 668, 1418. Alright. And we're gonna... Well, it's gonna take more than one more Zombo fight.
You could, like, try to ration...
Yeah, I could, like, try to ration the Fire 2s. I think what I'm gonna do, though... Oh, it's even worse. I really want a good one. If I get one that doesn't have trolls, maybe I'll just fight it with one Fire 2. Oh man, come on, I want a good one, I want a good one.
That was the second best one. Not good enough.
Yeah, we'll do it this way.
Oh, I get it. Don't need the Fire 2s here.
Yeah, if I have a small enough number, I can do these without the Fire 2s, and then we'll just do one more 4 Zombo encounter to get the level up we need for Bill. And we should be good.
Wow, Dan with the crit to finish off the Zombo in one round. Nice job.
Dan had a nice rest, and now he's all recharged, so he's a machine. There we go.
I would have thought with the amount of resting he does, he'd be all atrophied.
Right. There's too much rest. There's such a thing as too much rest, but guess not for Dan, though. And it's garbage. Let's get a good one. I love the expression that the troll has. You know, it's got the not like this face going on. Yeah. That's the sound I imagine they're making as you fight them. Oh, come on. I really want just 4 Zombles. I'm settling for nothing less. I think anything less and I won't get the level up for Bill. No, it's not good enough. We're going to be picky here. There it is. There's a bunch of trolls in the chat. Look at that. There we go. That's what I want. Thank you for that help, chat. You're not like this has made this possible. Look at that, 107. Too bad it doesn't matter how much damage the fighters do, because the mages are going to do this fight for them. Oh, those were really weak Fire 2s.
Yep.
Well, never mind then. Yeah, some pathetic Fire 2s. Let's watch Bill get slaughtered now. Leave him alone. Okay. But this is going to be level 9 for everybody, so this is what we wanted. This was our experience target. And it'll be a while before we have to do any more grinding. We get to actually play the game for a bit. Level up. Level 9 for everybody, including Bill.
Kind of interesting, actually, that this is like the mage's time to shine, right? In terms of like damage output. Mm-hmm. Well, probably the wizards, I guess, but already the damage of the mages is kind of starting to be eclipsed by the fighters. This trend continues until eventually the fighters are pretty much doing all the damage.
Yeah. Right, the only use for the mages past a certain point is just to cast fast on the fighters. There in fact are some battles where the most damage that a mage can do is just by fasting a fighter. Alright. Well, if you thought the last trip to Coneria was intense, this one is even more intense. It's actually 7 more tenths more intense than the last tenths. So now we make some tent puns for a while as I buy 47 of these. You're right on.
I was like, oh, what if I'm off? I realized. Damn. Nailed it. It's a skill I have. Singing along to 8-bit music. A minor hobby of mine. The shopkeeper's not impressed that you're doing this one at a time.
Almost there.
When you're doing this, you want to get into a rhythm. You want to stay relaxed. You don't want to be too tense.
Alright, 47, that's how many we need, but I'm going to buy 3 more just to make it an even 50. Just because we can afford it, so let's do it. Alright, cool. Very intense. We're moving on to the Earth Cave, finally. I've been teasing you guys about the Earth Cave all this time. Now it's finally happening. We go back to Melmond with that extra money that we got. I mean, we needed to get some equipment before we did that Zombol grind, or else it would have been a little bit rougher. But now that we have that extra money, I'm going to buy the Iron Gauntlet to replace the Copper Gauntlet. And we're going to buy the Silver Bracelets, which are going to be really good defense for those mages. Yes. So this actually has the same absorb as the chain armor that they're wearing, but it doesn't have the same evade penalty. Normally all the armor that you wear, it absorbs damage, but it also lowers your evade, so it makes it more likely you're going to get hit. But these bracelets don't have that evade penalty. Oh, I'm supposed to drop things too. Oops, I swear I dropped the chain. Okay, cool.
You want to take off the chain.
Yeah. Oops. I walked one step too far. This is what happens when you walk one step too far. You get into an encounter. And this is not a bad one. There are some encounters that'll stun lock you and stuff, but this one isn't a bad one to get into by accident. Okay, I'm going to use a tent right here and do a power cycle, and that gets me back to the very first encounter again, and that's when I go into the Earth Cave. I go into the Earth Cave on encounter number 1. Because this actually gets you a really nice set of monsters. If you're only going up to do the vampire or get the ruby and then come out, this is a pretty good set of encounters to go through.
Not that you could go further if you wanted to.
You couldn't yet. No. Because a floppy disk is blocking your way. There's a 3.5-inch floppy that blocks your way down to the next floor.
Completely impenetrable.
Uh-huh.
They don't even know what they're looking at. They're like, I was born in
right.
1997. I don't what is this? So they just leave it there. Yeah, it blocks the way to the actual boss of the Earth Cave, the Lich. So you need to go down here, beat the vampire that you think is the problem. You get a thing that lets you get past a guy to talk to another guy who actually knows what's up. And he says, nah, there's another dude down there, take this. Go all the way back and get the real bad guy because you screwed up.
Alright, gonna hit up the coral sword room here. Grab the coral sword, nice. There's a cabin hiding in that chest, interesting. The bat, I want him to move, please bat move. Okay. The coral sword, it seems like it's a worse weapon than the longsword that we've got. But the thing about it is it has a higher crit chance. Because of a bug in the programming. Oh no! Oh no, 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 no. Go left, go left.
Now I get to see what...
No, come on. Don't do that.
Random NPC movements.
Right, we're pushing through here.
Okay, we're going through.
Yeah, the crit. Alright, so I'll explain this. So the crit rate is actually... I don't know what it was supposed to be based on, but it ends up being based on the index of that weapon. Like, each weapon has a certain index, you know, the order in which its stats are stored in memory or something like that. And actually the index of that weapon determines its crit chances, not whatever stat it was supposed to be. So the higher indexed weapons will just crit more. So that's why it's actually a really good sword to use for the time being. Happy Halloween indeed. I actually like bats, like real life bats, not the troll jerk bats in this game.
What is it you like about bats?
They're just like mice that fly.
That seems like a knock against them. I don't know what you...
Well, mice are smart. And
they're like rats with leather wings.
Rats are even smarter with wings. Well, I don't know. They eat mosquitoes, apparently. I don't know if that's gonna make me get bit less by them, but by mosquitoes. But I don't know. They're just interesting.
That seems like a good answer. Echolocation also.
Oh, echolocation is a pretty cool skill. Let's not put down echolocation. Alright, so next fight here we have is the vampire. Whoa, stun. Okay, I thought it was terminated him or something, but no, it was just a stun. You can get some crazy crits that'll wipe out your mages. It is still possible, even with even being at this level. Fight the vampire. Here we go. Fire 2 goes a long way because this is an undead. And we have 3 casts Fire 2, so we're in... Oh man, 123. See, this is why we don't like the vampire. He does a lot of damage. And he also stunned a mage, so this is not going to be a one-round fight unless this is a good, strong Fire 2, which it is. Good. Whew. I mean, I have a backup route for if somebody dies, but I sure didn't want to use it. Alright, we're in good shape. We'll heal him. Get the ruby. There you go. And what do you do with this ruby? Well, obviously, you feed it to the Titan. Because it is a delicious, delicious treat to eat a ruby.
Oh man, it's gotta taste... It's gotta be sour, right? Like a cranberry?
You think it'd be sour? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Like cranberry flavored. I could see that.
Like a sweet sour.
Yeah, it could be.
Chad is talking about spell names in video games. This actually came up earlier with Dragon Warrior having the lovely spell names of
heal and heal more.
Yeah, the spell that it does damage to things. Hurt. All right, this one is stronger. Hurts more. It does more. Hurt more.
Hurt more. Yeah. Oops.
And some people were talking about like Phantasy Star has like foy Watt, Gra, Zan. Those are all pretty good. But my favorite are the Shin Megami Tensei games. Have the elemental stuff is like Aji, Bufu, Zio, and then you get into like some really wild stuff. And they have like prefixes and suffixes that mean things. Like Dia is the heal spell, Media is the all-party heal spell, Diorama is the stronger heal spell, so Mediarama is the all-party stronger spell. Pretty similar actually to Phantasy Star. But you end up with like Masukukaja. How is that different from Matarunda? God, let me do the math on it, I guess.
It's cool. It kind of reminds me of Bard's Tale 2, where the spells have all these 4-letter acronyms that don't really make much sense. That's a game that needs a good speedrun.
Talbat referencing the Bufu for making a mistake. I'm pretty sure that's a reference to the Giant Bomb Persona 4 endurance run, where one Vinny Caravella got confused about which spell was which and cast the ice spell on the guy that absorbs ice spells in a very clutch boss fight. And then the second guy just like freaks out on him a little bit. I'm glad to see that that's caught on. Another good one is Wizardry. You had like Tilt-a-Watt, I think was like the super powerful spell. Yeah.
Alright, just making our way out of the Earth Cave here. We got the ruby. We can't go any farther because there's a 3.5-inch floppy disk blocking our way. But we will be back. World record wolves. Trying to ruin our world record. Kind of interesting to have a world record for a marathon route. Marathon route, any percent. World record.
That's a slippery slope, man.
It's, yeah.
You start making all these arbitrary categories. I've got the world record and you have to take a break every hour category. And you're not allowed to practice. No practice percent.
Alright, we're back outside. I'm going to use tent immediately. And then power cycle, and this gets us back to the beginning of the encounter list. Just because that's slightly better than what the encounters would have been if I had just continued on. We would have had, I think, one more encounter if we had just continued on with the monster groups as they were. So we're going over to visit the sage. And we're going to hang out in his rumpus room a little bit.
I kind of like to just let that hang.
Oh, yeah.
So, did you just say rumpus? Uh-huh.
Sure. I'm going to skip 2 encounters here because I don't want to get one in the cave because I wouldn't be able to tent past it. This is only marginally faster than just going through and taking the encounter in the cave. Alright, here we go. Delicious ruby. Crunch, crunch. It tastes so sweet. Rubies are my favorite.
Well, he says right there
He
it
said
tastes sweet.
Yeah.
It's like a strawberry, maybe? Those are kind of sour, actually.
It could be sweet and sour, maybe. Alright, skip another. Let's go visit the sage. He's got a nice place. Not very big, but, you know, he's got a bedroom and a rumpus room, which is all you need.
That's all you need.
That's all you need. The only things you need.
Bathroom, kitchen, none of it. Just rumpus.
Nope, just rumpus. No, he has another room. There's a sitting room.
For sitting.
Yep.
Not for eating.
No, he doesn't eat there.
No.
He's got a little fireplace behind him there. Very cozy, very cozy. But I bet that when we're not around, he spends most of his time in the rumpus room. Oh my gosh, it's full of pots. So probably some parties going on in that rumpus room.
Oh yeah, when he'll stack the pots up sometimes. It's wild.
Yeah, they do kind of like a bowling thing. With those, that's a lot of rumpus. I mean, chat likes rumpus. Who doesn't like rumpus? Looks ajar. Alright, going back through here again, the Titan Tunnel. One of the coolest tile sets in the game. Like, this tile set looks awesome, but it never gets used anywhere else. Unfortunately. I love rumpus. A very rumpustulous chat there.
Rumpus Stiltskin.
Wow, these Gerwolves striking first here. Alright, here we go. Almost here. Okay, so I'm going to use a house to get my spell charges back. And then I'm going to use a tent immediately after because of that bug that we were talking about. When you use a house, what happens is first it restores your hit points, then it saves your game, and then it restores your spells. But after it's already saved your game, so it doesn't save the fact that it restores your spells. So that's why we save yet again with a tent after using that house. Because otherwise, when I did that soft reset to skip the encounter, I would have my spell charges back to where they were, not refilled. They would be back to, 1 fire 2 each. That would be quite a mistake to make, going to Lich without having lots of fire 2s available. Alright, something I need to remember to do is pick up a treasure chest with money in it. I have enough steps that I can pick it up. There's a lot of really bad encounters in here that I just don't want to have to face. So that's why we did all that manipulation and we walked past X number of enemies in the overworld so we can come in here at the right spot to avoid all the ones that I really don't want to fight. We don't want to get turned to stone because we didn't buy any soft potions. There's also some stun lock encounters that will stun lock you. One of the worst things about this game is the stun lock. You can just get stun locked so bad in this.
Yeah, we saw the one ghoul try his hand.
Yeah.
We saw one guy stun 3 out of 4 party members. So imagine if you run it to a group of 8 or 9 of them, and they strike first, and everyone gets stunned. Pretty
bad, and you can lose your whole run there. You'll get stunned, and they keep hitting you, and the stun rate is so high that you'll just stay pinned and lose everything. But that's one of the reasons we come in here with Fire 2. Those images, they can also stun lock you, but not half as bad as the other kind of undead group. But even those images can be dangerous, which is why we have all these Fire 2s. If I happen to get trapped and one of the mages gets freed up for 1 turn, I can Fire 2 my way out of it. And more world record wolves.
These guys also have a very high chance to ambush, in addition to being able to poison.
Do they?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that. I always thought I was just unlucky.
I know very much about very particular things because of the Final Fantasy game.
Well, that's a good point.
Devised. So I looked into which monsters have the increased chance to ambush, which ones can poison, which ones, and this one jumped out at me.
Very smart.
If you're curious about Final Fantasy, check out Gyre.
Yeah,
Gyre, GYRE_. He streams this game a lot, and he does a sort of fantasy league where you pick monsters and you score points based off of how mean they are. It can be a fun little meta game. Do you remember what you were going to say before I cut you off?
I was probably something stupid. Don't worry about it.
All right.
But here we go. We're coming up to giant floppy disk. See, I wasn't kidding. Giant floppy disk blocking your way. And we use this rod, which lets us get past it. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to force an encounter on this floor just by pacing, because I don't want to deal with the encounter that was on the previous floor, and I don't want to keep going on this floor yet. But the next encounter that's about to occur on this floor is one that I don't want to be involved in. So I'm actually going to go back a floor, and now I'm going to pace here to get another encounter that is better than the one I would have gotten on the next floor. I don't want to use my fire twos if I don't have to. Let's get out of here, Bill. No, Bill.
Once those first two top slot guys get stunned, it drastically reduces the chances you can get away. The third and fourth slots don't have very good odds.
They sure don't. The running is bugged in that instead of checking the stat that's supposed to govern running, it checks some other thing. And it works, I forget what it is exactly, but it works out to be something that makes it so that the first two slots have a decent chance of running away and the last two slots don't. Alright, let's see if I can not go the wrong way in here. In my practice runs, I kept going the wrong way in the earth cave here. In this floor, it just gets confusing. But okay, we went the right way. Yes, this is the last game of the marathon. This is the finale. Unless there's a
finale
secret.
Fantasy.
There could be, yeah, right? The final fantasy for the final game. But there could be some secret bonus game that I don't know about.
Yeah, it's Super Mario 64, actually.
Whoa!
Controversial.
I don't know. That's a controversial choice for the end of the Best of NES marathon, but... I'm pretty confident walking in here at level 9. Level 9 is just... it's way above what I normally face Lich at. But that's the nice thing about this marathon route. A little bit of extra grinding goes a long way. And it gives us plenty of time to talk about random stuff unrelated to FF1. Grinding all these fights. We're going to do some more grinding later, but it'll be a little while.
We're going to actually accomplish objectives.
We're going to actually make some game progress first.
Yeah. We're gonna start saving the world for reals. Instead of just chopping up the same 4 squares of monsters.
Alright, this bat, though, he's been known to do some things. There we go. If that bat gets stuck in here, we have to just wait for him. There's nothing you can do. You just gotta wait for him to come out. Oh, I'm gonna heal everybody fully, even if I waste a little bit. Alright, I think we're ready to try this nonsense garbage. Alright, here's Lich. Fight, fight, fire 2, fire 2. And now we just hope the fire 2s are strong and that the mages don't get wiped out before they can deal much damage to Lich. He's got 400 hit points, so he's already half dead with that 170 shot. 53 is kind of weak, so he's in the mid 2s. He's in the upper 2s. He's probably around 300 points of damage we've done to him so far. So he's got less than 100 left, I would think. About 100 left. 50 damage, he's got about 50 left. This fire 2 should kill him. No problem. See? Why was I so worried about Lich? This fight, though, would be a completely different story if we were level 6 or 7, which is, you know, normally where we would be. So that's the power of leveling up in this game. A little bit of leveling goes a long way.
He's got a pretty good chance to cast his magic spell. He opens with Ice 2, right?
Yeah, it does. And that if you don't have enough hit points, that actually can wipe your whole party right there. At least wipe the mages, which is the thing that does most of the damage in that fight.
Why don't you buy fast? We absolutely will buy fast.
We sure will buy fast, but at this point in time we wouldn't be getting much use out of it. Yeah, fast is one of the most useful spells, and that will be the role of the mages as time goes on. They'll simply exist just to fast the fighters. So, we finished that objective. Now we're moving on to Crescent Lake. Crescent Lake is sort of the first of the mid-game towns. We'll be back to Crescent Lake a bunch of times during this run. Alright, doing a power cycle there, and the reason I'm setting that up like way in advance of the Temple of Ordeals? Castle of Ordeals, whatever that thing is called. I'm setting up my RNG for Ordeals right now by doing that power cycle right there. And now I'm going to get into a certain number of fights, and I'm going to be very careful about whether those fights occur on land or at sea, because I'm trying to shift around the step counter to a certain place where it lets me walk a very long distance without getting into encounters. So I want to get the fewest possible encounters, only 2 random encounters inside Ordeals Castle. Just because that castle is so dense with really bad fights that the best I could do is, to find, 2 encounters in a row in the monster formation table that's, wait, do I do this first? Yeah, I do. That aren't awful. But if this works, we should set up some really nice encounters in there. Alright, we're going to buy some more heal potions in case we need them.
Hooray!
Yeah, not too many, because I didn't use all that many in the Earth Cave. I'm just making sure I know what my gold total is supposed to be. I need 13,700 gold to buy what I need in this town. From the game's code, well, there are people who have dug through the game's code and sort of reverse engineered all the algorithms that determine stuff, and that's been written up really nicely in different FAQs and run comments on TASs and things like that. And so I took that information and I boiled it down to, actual routes for real-time runs. But yes, I found this. I did figure this stuff out, or I planned this route out myself.
If you're interested in how something like this might come together, feasel will stream some routing streams.
I sure do.
Sometimes.
It takes a long time to put together a route for this. I would say it's at least 40 hours to make a route for this game. Just like the first version of it. And then from there, who knows how many times you have to iterate through to get something that really works. Probably the first time I routed this game, it was maybe about 150 hours for the first route that I ever put together, but I've gotten better at it.
That's some time. That's about as much time as some people will put into an entire speedrun for like a really short game.
The estimate for the run's going to be about 4 hours if things go well. I'm hoping to cut 4. If it's just, it might be just a little bit sub 4 and that would be cool, but it sure won't be more than that unless I have a party wipe at some point. It won't be much more than that. Yeah, we put 430 as the estimate because I may end up, if I end up gaming over somewhere in Temple of Fiends and need to redo it, but I'm going to try to do this in 4 hours. Twice in and out of the lake. Remember those free canoe steps? Every time you walk into the canoe or out of the canoe, that's a free step. So I do that just to save a couple of steps.
That helpful canoe is the reason we came to Crescent Lake. I mean, there's a shop there with good stuff, but plot-wise, that's why.
Plot-wise, yeah, the canoe's the next thing you need to be able to access later parts of the game. Normally, without the canoe, your ship can only dock at those brick docks that you see there, that dock that I just came out of. And there's only a limited number of those. As you get farther in the game, the docks will start to disappear and you just won't have them anywhere. So what you do is get the canoe, and that canoe lets you dock at any place where there's a river that connects to the ocean. You can get off the boat there. So that's why the canoe is an important sequence item. And we're going to use it right now to be able to get to Ordeals. It's Jaws. Where's my submarine?
I think we saw Jaws earlier in the marathon, actually.
Did we? I hope so. I hope we did. I must have been asleep during that.
Yeah, Jan Evil ran it.
I would think so. He is a beast at that game.
There actually are Final Fantasy games with submarines, now that I think about it.
Okay, so here we are at Ordeals. I'm not going to go in there quite yet. What I want to do is skip just a couple more encounters. There's one. I'm trying to get to a certain place in the monster formation table to avoid some really bad stuff. If you've played this game casually, you probably have been kind of blocked at Ordeals. I bet it took a long time to get through it. It sure took me a long time to get through it as a kid. There's some awful stuff in here. This should be Sphinx. Let me just make sure. Yep, that's Sphinx. And the next one should be Soria. Oh, sorry, I had to see that.
You beat me to it.
Here we go. There's no encounters on this floor, fortunately. Okay. These pillars warp you around. I guess walking onto pillars warps you. That's a thing, apparently. The nice thing about this maze, always take the lower one. Whatever the lowest pillar is, take that one. I mean, literally, every time, whatever pillar has the lowest Y coordinate, just take that. Alright, now we have to actually fight something. Oh, this is going to go fine here. That was the wrong spell. Hold on. Fire 2, there we go. There could be up to 4 zombies here. Sometimes this is kind of a slow fight. This is unrunnable. Some of the battles in this game you cannot run away from, and this is one of them. But even this unrunnable battle is better than the other things.
We're so bad at this. The double talk. We managed the triple talk earlier in the marathon. Maybe we'll set a record. I was going to say that sometimes monsters are flagged as bosses, like the wizards, for example, and then they'll reuse that encounter as a regular enemy later on. Still thinks it's a boss encounter, so you can't run from it.
Is that what's going on there?
Yeah.
I didn't know that's why that happens. Asleep. Let's do a little bit of healing. I just don't want to get killed by these ponies. They're nice, friendly ponies, but sometimes they get a little excited.
I think we actually skipped the enemy,
mad pony.
The mad pony.
Mad pony. We did skip
so
mad pony. Don't get this pony mad. All right, I'm gonna go through these. All right, so people ask me all the time, why do you go through this nightmare encounter again? So remember what I said about the lower edge of the inside of rooms inside dungeons is free squares. I did that because I needed to use the free squares. If I had gone around that encounter, it would not have used the free squares, and I would get into yet another encounter in here. I would get into a third encounter in here, like a third random encounter, and it would be something really awful. So that's why I'd rather just go through the pony fight and run away from them. Here we go. Train A long to D. D short to the heel staff. And ice with silver. Drop short on ace and cal. And now we equip 3. 2, 3. Wonderful. Armor. We trade the Zeus for the gold. And then the Zeus goes to the front so we can use it quicker. And we equip 2. Wonderful. Now, oops. Yeah, I forgot to heal everybody up. Let's heal everybody. They're already healed. Don't need to do anything special. And here we go. This is the boss of this dungeon. This is an unrunnable encounter, I think. I've never tried to run away from it. I'm pretty sure you cannot. This is unrunnable. 2 zombie Ds is the most that you might see here. Fortunately, they're susceptible to fire too, the same way that all the other undead are. And it was like a pretty weak round for the fire 2s, but we did get one of them down, so that's good. These things stun, which kind of sucks, but at this point, I think we've got this one won. Here's the paralyze. This is the point where I forget to pick up the thing that's in this treasure chest and walk out of here without it, and then the run's over.
It's real bad. It's pretty stupid though that we're actually here for a rat tail.
There we go, there's the tail. Came here for a rat tail.
Unobtainable anywhere else.
Yeah, you
Had
can't
to climb the death castle to get
Well, there aren't any rat enemies. There's no rodent enemies in this game.
You're
so
right.
Where else would you get one though, right?
That's like RPG 101 though. The first quest you have is to go kill the basement filled with rats, right? Like, Apparently that was not born from Final Fantasy 1. I'm not even sure this is a real RPG anymore. It fails the rat test.
Okay, where do we go next? I don't remember.
That's a good sign.
I'll probably figure it out. Once we get there, I'm sure it'll look familiar. No, I'm kidding. I know exactly where we're going next. We're going over to Crescent Lake again. And then we're going to hit up the volcano. I think that's the spot for the encounter. Let's just see. Yes, it is. Okay, great. Use the canoe free steps. So I'm going to use free step, free step, free step right there. And this should be the next encounter. Skip if I've done this right. There we go. And we only really come here to use the inn because it's on our way. I could go buy more heals, but that's almost never necessary. Now we use all these free steps again. And here's another encounter we can skip. Again, if you missed this explanation before, what happens is when you do a soft reset, it will reset your position back to the last place you saved, but it does not reset the monster step state. So what happens is you save it right before the next step is going to take you into an encounter. You walk into that encounter so that it advances the step counter past that encounter, and then you immediately reset, and it takes you back to where you saved. And now the game has considered you to have passed that encounter, so you're good to go. And here I'm doing a power cycle because I want to reset back to the very beginning of the monster table and the step table, because I want to be at a certain place in those tables. And I'm going to skip one encounter here just to advance me one more, and that gets me to a really nice spot in the RNG tables here, that we can have a nice safe volcano traversal. We're doing early volcano. Most speedruns of this are not going to do volcano first. They're going to do the ice cave, because then they can get the floater, which lets you use the airship, and you can just airship here instead of taking a canoe here, and that is faster. But because this is a marathon route, it's actually the safest thing you can do is just level up as early as possible, even though you lose maybe about 90 seconds travel time. I mean, 1.5 to 2 minutes travel time going to and from that using the canoe instead of the airship.
Yeah, it turns out the safest thing you can do is stay the hell away from the ice cave.
Right, yeah. So by the time we get to the ice cave, we're already going to be leveled up, like way past the point where the ice cave is going to be dangerous. I mean, the ice cave could still be dangerous, but given the manipulations, the monster manipulations we're going to do, that actually takes most of the danger out of it. And then this pretty high level is going to take the rest of the danger out.
So what's going on with the flashing is, I guess this is a 30 hertz.
They've seen the flashing some of the time, but not others, because I'm not... my capture isn't going at 60 hertz.
Yeah, so it's flickering to this grayscale and off as we walk on these damaging tiles. The lava does damage. You might wonder, why are we traipsing through the damaging floor? You do not get monster encounters on these tiles.
Yep, lava's all free squares.
1 damage it does, or whatever, is worth not having to get into any fights.
Healing everyone up, because we actually have to get through an encounter here. Alright, now here, there's a couple different ways we can go, but I'm going to go over to the top left, and we're going to pick up that ice sword. And the ice sword is a pretty powerful weapon for this point in the game. It's going to be a big upgrade to what we've got now. I mean, we've got one ice sword, but the second ice sword will replace the other fighter's weapon. And we can grab a couple of treasure chests for money while we're here. I could get the... what is it? The flame shield? But I just don't want to face that fixed encounter. There's a fixed encounter there that you have to face, and I just don't want to do it because I don't think the shield is worth it, but you might see other routes actually picking that up. And I'm just popping a heal on these guys because we're about to fight another encounter. And I gotta remember to equip this weapon before we get too far into this. Yeah, the weapon elements are broken in this game. Too bad.
And the armor elements are like, instead of resisting fire, it resists attacks from enemies that are weak to fire or something.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. If the enemy is, like, if you have the ice shield, or no, wait, is it the ice? Yeah, if you have the ice shield, that's supposed to protect you against enemies that are fire element, but instead it, oh wait, I want to do that. But instead, it protects you against enemies that are weak to that element. Right? Is that right? Yeah, so if you have the ice shield on and undead try to attack you, since undead are weak to fire and you're using the ice shield, it makes you resistant to them. It's kind of stupid, but it's a little bit backwards, but if you know that, you can still use it to your advantage. Yeah, there's just a bunch of really basic stuff about the combat mechanics that are just messed up because of just typos, you know? Like, people have gone through the code and they've seen, oh yeah, he put a 17 in the spot that was supposed to be an 18, so it looks up the wrong field in the data structure. You know, little stuff like that.
Yeah, the story goes is that it's Final Fantasy because it was going to be Square's final game, and they figured they'd go out with this, and then it ended up being such a success it saved the company. But because it was their last game and they were in a bind, it got kind of rushed, and that would explain why there are such goofy errors in the programming.
I can't connect to the RTMP right now. Did you see my stream go offline or something?
It sure did.
Check with Nadua and see if he shut it down or something. You might not know we're still using it.
I do have the actual stream up, though.
You just watch it on the restream?
Yeah, I'll have a rough idea of where you are by about 20 seconds, or that's probably more than that, actually. Oh yeah, stream's fine on your end, guys. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, no, stream's fine. We're talking. Yeah, Myth has a commentator view where he can see things a little bit sooner than if you were watching the Twitch stream. we're grinding. We're going to be here for a while, so yeah. I mean, what kind of Agama puns can we come up with? This is probably going to be about half an hour here, so if you want to make a sandwich, or, you know, heat up some corn dogs, maybe make some corn dogs from scratch, you know, from pig and corn into corn dog form into your belly, that whole process you can go through in the time we're spending here grinding these things. This would be a good time to do that. If you have any corn dogs that you want to share with the chat, go ahead and do so. But the goal is to get level 16 for the 2 mages and level 19 for the fighters. That's what we're going to do. Once the mages get to level 16, we're going to kill them. We'll put them in the front of the party. We'll take all their clothes off so they're buck naked, and we'll throw them under the bus.
That's pretty harsh.
Corn dogs. Yeah, it's pretty harsh, but that's how we do things. So there's lots of different places where these encounters, every time I walk on the square, we get an encounter. They call that a spiked square or a fixed encounter. It's basically, that tile is associated with a specific monster formation, and you'll always get that monster formation every time you walk on it. It's a free square in that when you step on it, it doesn't increment your step counter. So there happen to be 2 of them right next to each other right here, one guarding each of those chests. And I can walk back and forth between them all day, and it's not going to increment my step counter. I'm not going to end up getting a random encounter here. It'll only be this fixed encounter, which is always exactly 1 Agama. And as far as places where you can find these fixed encounters that are pretty lucrative, this is maybe the best one. I'd say this is the best grind spot in the game. There's a bunch of different grind spots that people have experimented with. Probably the only one that maybe could be better than this is the eye encounter in the ice cave, except that's a pretty dangerous one, and you have to be above 300 hit points to even start fighting it, or else it's extremely dangerous. It's maybe a little bit more experience per minute than this, and it's definitely more gold per minute than this. But the problem is you have to level up a little bit before you do that, so generally I think Agama fighting in the volcano is the best place in the game to earn levels.
Is there a free square between the eye and somewhere else?
Negative. So if the longer you grind there, the more likely you're going to run into random encounters. So this is nice because these 2 free squares, or these 2 fixed encounters are free squares, so you can walk here all day.
Questions in chat about killing the mages. The experience is divided by the number of living party members. So if you want to concentrate the experience on certain people, which turns out that's the best way to go, you just kill them off.
Yeah, but that is neat. It does divide it among the players, so that's why if you watch a World Record attempt, you're going to see parties of 1, 2, or 3 characters and not 4, because you really don't need the 4th character enough to justify the fact that you're going to have to be, you know, grinding 33% more stuff just to keep that 4th character alive. So you just kill them off, get more XP, everything goes faster. It's a good strat. If this was the world record route, I would be coming here with one of the mages already dead, and I would have 2 fighters and a black mage. And I would kill off one of the fighters pretty quickly, and then level up the black mage, and then kill the black mage off, and then just go solo fighter. I would just be fighting these Agamas with a single fighter, and then I go and take out carry with just 1 fighter at level... Oh, I forget. It's somewhere around... Is 18, it 19? 19. It's either 18 or 19, I think, right? I think it's 18 and then some.
And then I think by the time you get right in front of it,
actually get to it, it's 19. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you want to get the big hit point bonus.
It turns out that you're kind of like 50, not quite 50-50, that you'll actually beat her that way.
It should be better than that.
If you detour and grab the flame armor, that actually bumps that percentage up by a huge margin.
Yeah, that flame armor makes a big difference. But we're not going to get the flame armor in this route. It's not as important, because we're going to have 2 fighters fighting carry. We won't have the mages. They'll be dead. Which is why we haven't bothered to buy the fast spell yet. But with 2 fighters, it should be a pretty safe fight, even without that flame armor.
How do you revive the red mages in here? You don't.
There's no revival item.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 1 is really brutal. Phoenix Downs are not a thing.
Nothing.
There's a life spell, but it comes pretty late in the game. It has very limited charges on it.
So yeah, you have to go back to town to revive anybody, so you have to do it afterwards. So it would be really bad if somebody died who we actually need to get a level up. If that happened, I would probably just walk out of here and continue this after reviving people. We're getting there. Level 16 is when we're going to kill the mages off, so we're getting closer to it.
Something new will happen soon.
So we had a bunch of topics that we were going to bring up just to talk about random things and keep us from going insane.
They beat us to it, actually. Chad is well into the food conversation.
Oh, okay. So we were going to talk about different foods that people like or don't like.
Yeah, so well, it started with we had Crystallis earlier on in the marathon.
Or Crystallis.
I always called it Crystallis, and some people call it Crystallis, and some people call it Crystallis.
So we're going to stir up some chat controversy to keep things moving while we did this grind.
Yeah, I wanted to find out, let's figure it out once and for all. So I was like, if we're gonna I'm trying to figure out, because we're dealing with text here.
Okay, so we'll say 1 for Crystallis and 2 for Crystallis.
Well, I really want to use the vote.
Oh, you want to use the vote thing? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, those are fun. But it also makes it not as good for just communication purposes and clarity. Not so good. But I want to use them anyway. They're fun. So let's say...
Oh, man. 3.
Or I say Crystallis. All right, so you guys are either going to agree with me or disagree with me. All right, so I'm going to say Crystallis. I'm going to type it in chat. No, that's not going to work. You're just going to start doing it, I guess. Yay and nay is going to start appearing in chat. It's vote, yay, intercapped, capital V, O-T-E, capital Y, E-A, and nay is N-A-Y.
Wait.
You can just look in your emoticon list. Crystallis. Vote yay or nay.
Wait, which one's yay, which one's nay? Oh, Crystallis is the yay or nay on?
Crystallis.
Okay. So if you say Crystallis, you'd say nay. Okay, I got you.
Nay, yeah. Or if you had some weird one, like if you called it like Dat Crystal or something, then you would be like, no.
I call it Crystallis. Isn't it Crystallis the way you say it?
So now the fact that there's more than 2 options means it should skew pretty heavy towards nay. Interesting that the yays came out right away, followed by a storm of nays afterwards. That's really, I think that says something about the human psyche there, that it was like, yes, validation, yes, Crystallis, and then people were like, no, wait, that's not right, no, and then oh wow, True Ninja disagrees.
Very much nay.
So
heavily on the nay side.
I'm seeing a 50-50 split here. I don't think we resolved anything.
Nothing's been resolved. Clearly, This is going to make things worse. We're going to rip the speedrunning
I totally thought this was going to work
in half, thanks to this.
Well, good news is there's other words, guys.
Ambiguous polling.
There are more words than that. All right. No more yays and nays.
But are there other games that have names that we don't agree how to pronounce?
Yes. For example, QIX.
QIX. I've played that game.
Yeah, it's been ported to the NES. You draw lines to box in the thing that I call the kicks, but perhaps it is the quicks.
Could be a quicks.
Perhaps it is something else, right? So I say it's called the kicks. QIX. And if you agree with me, then you want to vote yay for Kix.
Kix is yay.
Yes.
Okay.
And
Kix
if you disagree, you think it's something else, you think it's not Kix, then you want to vote nay.
I don't even know which one I would say.
It's unclear.
Yeah, but Kix is yay, Quix or anything else is nay.
Yep. Seen a lot of yay.
Oh, there's another good one. Faxanadu.
That's on the list, actually.
Good. All right, we'll get to it then. Don't get into that yet. We'll stay with the Kix Quix thing.
We need to resolve
this. Nay for Quix, correct. Nay for Quix. I'm gonna say Quix. There we go. I'm taking a side.
Well, I also considered like I'm kind of skewing the results here by being the person who everyone is listening to raises me up a little bit, and then when I say this, I think this, then people are like, okay, well, I trust him. He's on the stream.
You're really unbiased polling, Nick. Good job.
But then on the other hand, that's also balanced by the fact that every other possible way to pronounce it is all grouped under nay, so who knows? Who knows? I will say, though, an awful lot of yays here. I think the absence of the U makes it pretty clear here. We're going to call that Kix. If anyone else tries to tell you otherwise, you link them this VOD. Make sure the chat's on.
Go. The authoritative source.
We figured it out. It's Kix. So suggestion from chat. Is it Faxanadu? Or is it something else? Could it be Fazanadu? It's part of a series that was called Xanadu. But I can't get behind Fazanadu. I gotta say, it's pronounced Faxanadu. That's what I think.
Okay.
If you agree with Faxanadu, you want to vote yay. And if you think otherwise, you want to vote nay.
You can fax your vote responses in as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we'll tally them up.
So which one's
we'll
yay?
Get back to you.
Tell me again, which one's yay?
For Faxanadu.
Faxanadu is yay, and Fazanadu and other things are nay. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know, personally, I feel exactly the same as you. Like, I get that there's Xanadu, and it's Famicom Xanadu becomes Fazanadu. Like, I get that, but I'll never say that. I'm always going to say Faxanadu.
Right. That's what's really interesting about some of the things on this list, is that, like, sometimes there is literally a correct way to say it.
Well, I don't know.
Some of these examples I think there is.
The correct way is when you say it and people know what you're talking about, you know? If you say it and people are like, what the heck are you talking about? Then you just failed at communication, which is the whole reason we have words.
There's logic, though. For example, I'm seeing pretty heavy yay here. Not many people are getting behind Fazanadu. There's some logical people out there who can appreciate the Famicom Xanadu portmanteau, but it looks like Faxanadu is going to take it by a little bit. The next one I want to throw out here as an example of what I'm talking about is Golgo 13. Now, in Japanese, that's how you say that syllable, go. It's always go. So there shouldn't really be a debate here. It's Golgo 13. But it's pretty tempting to call it Galgo 13 or some other O sound. You don't really want to do the double, the go-go, the go-go. Someone just says go-goal. Just drop the L, put it somewhere else. So I think it is Golgo 13. But if you think it's something else, some other slight variation on the O sound,
I always said
you want to vote
Galgo,
nay.
I think. Like Galgo 13 instead of
Galgo
Golgo
13. That's what someone might say when they're a kid and they first see it, right?
I don't know where did they even get that name from in the first place?
I don't know. I don't actually know the Golgo 13 very well. But I believe it was a Japanese manga, and then it was sort of adapted to a game and ported.
Huh. It's a cool game. Did anyone play that in this marathon? I don't remember seeing
No.
it. I actually
had to look at the list of Wikipedia NES games. Nesla brings up Zezix. That one, that's gonna be
Zexes.
That's an A for sure though, right? Because like there's like 10,000 different ways to say it. I'm gonna suggest one. Some people get behind it, but most people will have their own, and you're gonna get a tidal wave of nay. So I don't know if that one's gonna work out so well. People don't care about Golgo 13. It turns out very low voter turnout for Golgo 13. But some people in there were like, "Nah, man, Golgo.
It's Golgo.
That's how I say words in the English language. That's the way I'm gonna say it. I don't care if that's not a sound that they make in the Japanese language."
Wow, he squished that Agama. Sorry for paying attention to this fight here. I'm sort of turning. I'm totally tuning out this fight. I gotta say, we're close to the mages being dead. We're really close to killing off the mages. We've almost got our experience target for them. So we're more than halfway at this point. Because once we kill the mages off, we're going to be earning experience at twice the rate. But anyway, back to time wasting.
Back to what matters. What matters is Chad seems to have latched on here, so I'm gonna say it's Zezes.
You really think Zezes is how you say that, huh?
Zexes. I like Zexes. I've just now decided what I think. The way the chat is about to. I think it's Zexes.
Oh, there's another one. Bully Gamer had another good controversial name. Oh, is it on the list? Wow, you thought of all these. Dang.
I looked at literally every NES game on Wikipedia.
Oh, no.
There's actually not too many.
The US commercial says Zexis. Neat. Okay. Zexis.
So the Z is underpronounced at the end.
What's a Z? How to pronounce Golem? It's definitely Golem, not Gollum. If you've been watching the Dragon Warrior Randomizer tournament and the commentators keep talking about how they're fighting golems, I can't help but facepalm at that one.
I don't know. I think I've heard it before, for sure. But the argument there is about the origins of it and the language it came from, and I don't know if I buy it.
Golem's from Jewish folklore, right?
I think so. That's what I remember hearing. But we never solved this. This is Zex's.
We're gonna solve these pronunciation debates, of course.
I think it's Zex's. That's what I've decided. So if you agree with me, if you think it's pronounced Zex's, then you want to vote yay. And if you think this guy who says, "Oh, the commercial says one thing," or maybe you've got your own ideas, then you want to vote nay. I'm sticking with Zex's. I can't see that Z at the end of a word and make it an S sound. I can't do it. That's not me. I gotta be true to me. You guys gotta be true to you. That's why you can't be afraid to voice your opinion. You throw that yay in there, you throw that nay in there, whatever it is. You throw it out there, someone's voting for amp energy. That's good. I'm gonna count that as a yay for the green color.
You're just gonna count all the miscellaneous votes as the way you want?
Yeah. Moon, the Zarya sleeping from Moon. Yep, I'm pretty sure that's more red than green, is what I do. Obviously.
Alright.
No one cares about sexes, but the people who do agree with me. So.
Well, the mages are about to get a level up here.
Anonicus has just opened Pandora's box. So this is going to be the last one. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the file format commonly associated with short looping animations. .gif. Ladies and gentlemen, is it GIF or GIF? All right.
You just killed chat. You should not have brought that up. You just killed.
I'm a GIF guy.
You're a GIF guy.
All right. But I gotta put this out. I gotta be impartial. The man who came up with the acronym has gone on record, and this is maybe a little bit of hearsay, but I'm pretty sure I've heard this from multiple places. He has said he thinks it should be pronounced GIF. That's what he says. He was the one who made it up, right? But that G stands for graphics, not giraffics. And I just think GIF sounds better. I think it helps distinguish it from the peanut butter. So I think GIF is the way to go. I'm GIF. I'm pro GIF. If you are also pro GIF, you want to vote yay. If you think it's GIF or some other ridiculous thing that clearly does not belong at the table, you want to vote nay. All right, here it is. We're gonna settle this one. This one's big. We could solve a lot of the world's problems right here, guys. So I need everyone to weigh in. Consider the facts. The G stands for graphics, but the creator of the word says it should be a J sound.
Like Kathy Lee Gifford.
Oh man, the opinions. People are like messaging me directly with like the pinging. That's irresponsible. That's literally what people are saying. I love it. The fervent opinions.
Wow.
I'm seeing a goddamn tidal wave of yay right now.
Don't say gigabyte. I say gigawatt.
I say
Gigawatt.
tiltawatt, actually.
I don't really say gigawatt. I wish that I did. I'm not that cool.
I think in general your life is more interesting if you're the kind of person who says gigawatt on a regular basis. I don't think there's any argument to be made there. So here we go. Chat overwhelmingly has decided on GIF. They're with me. I'm the leader, the ambassador.
We should edit the Wikipedia page and have it reference this run for its source.
They love that on Wikipedia when you just throw out things like they love sorting through that. Their favorite thing.
Oh my gosh, we've got to be really close to this level up. Oh, okay. It's like two and a half more fights, and then we finally get the level up for the mages. And then this grind is going to go a lot better. Then we'll be mostly done. Like, when these mages get killed off, we're going to be at the 2/3 mark. I know, this grind takes forever. I'm sorry, guys. I know. We're doing our best to try to do something besides just have dead air. But maybe this is not better than just dead air. I don't know.
People are presenting a lot of interesting arguments here.
Yeah, getting people like ready to tear each other up in chat is I guess that's chat interaction.
At least
it's interesting for us, right? But
it's maybe a little irresponsible done here. This could be, now that I think about it, this is a pretty serious abuse of power. I'm really sorry. I apologize. I'm going to step down as ambassador of GIF. I think I earned my title with ill-gotten, dirty means, and I'm sorry. I want to take it back. I want to bring it back. I want to bring it back to puns. I think that's something we can all get behind. It's a good pun. I want to hear your Agama puns. Alright, we did this last year. We're level 16, by the way.
Yeah, level 16, so I'm unequipping the mages. They're now naked. I'm just swapping Dan and Kel there to get them into a better position when they finally get revived, so I won't have to swap them then. And now we've put them in the front, so they're going to get hit more often. And let's see if we can get these guys killed off here. Oh, not yet. I always wonder if I should just like hang around and just waste turns until... Yeah, let's pop some healing on the fighters.
Oh yeah, that would be a really tough puzzle to figure out.
Like whether it's better to just keep fighting until they die, or to just stop and waste turns until they die and not move on. Yeah, I go back and forth on what I want to do there. I really can't decide. I think I'm going to just wait. Let's just wait and see what happens. Oh my gosh.
Agonizing.
It's agonizing. Getting me really aggravated.
Chat can't get away from it though.
Oh,
Jump Bortis has brought up Wyvern. That's on the list as well, actually.
Yeah, you have Wyvern on your list. I saw that. Or Wyvern. Or Weaver.
Or Wyvern. Wyvern.
Or Wyvern.
Yeah, then someone always gets cute and brings up the Wyvern. I don't know. Why did they... That's like a pet peeve of mine. When someone says Wyvern, because video games have Wyverns all over the place, right? And then someone shows up and they're like, "How about Wyvern? Am I right?" Translation. They really screwed that one up. Wyvern. And I don't know. Something about it gets under my skin. I don't know. It's so harmless, but it bothers me. So I think we should limit this discussion to Wyvern and Wyvern.
What about Weavern?
No, that's...
No, that's not on the list. Get out of here.
That's invalid. That's not even...
Rip Cal, by the way.
I think I'm kind of insulted that you even suggested it, honestly. What even is that?
Alright, so I decided to do the wasting turns. There we go, Heat. Finally took out Dan. Now we have Dead Mages. So now we're going to get twice as much experience from these battles. And we're going to get these fighters up to level 19. They're at level, I don't know, 16 now, I think. So 3 more levels, but it's going to go by real quick because we're only using 2 fighters. So the battles will go nice and quick, get more experience. It's going to be great.
Honestly, I haven't decided on Wyvern. I go back and forth. Some days I say Wyvern, some days I'm Wyvern. It almost varies based off of like how the sentence flows. If it's just prettier to say Wyvern, I'll say it. I'm uncommitted.
So apparently an Agama is actually a real creature. There's a lizard called an Agama, and it's pretty neat looking. If you just Google Agama, you get a picture.
Yeah, that's the thing I don't mind having in my Google search imagery. History, that is. Agama. I think the first thing that comes up is probably box art for it. No, wow, look at all those Agamas.
Right?
They're so pretty.
Yeah. And we're just
blue,
slaughtering
yellow,
them by
and
the hundred.
pink and orange. So if it's a real thing, then it probably has a pronunciation.
Seeded mustard, I love it. I'm gonna vote yay on seeded mustard. Yes, please. But unseeded mustard's pretty good too. You never had the mustard that's like full of seeds? You know that instead of mashing the mustard seeds up really fine, it's got big chunky seeds in it.
Oh, I'm really anti bits of things in my other things.
Oh, you don't like bits of things in your things?
I don't like the bird seed on my bread. I love
that stuff. You don't like the
I'm
chunky
okay
peanut butter?
with crunchy peanut butter. I'm okay with it, but I prefer smooth.
I like smooth applesauce. I wouldn't put the chunks in the applesauce, but I don't mind them. I'm not gonna throw applesauce back in your face because it's got chunks in it.
I will throw a bubble tea in your face, though. I think that is the worst thing.
I never got that one. I don't.
Anyone thought it was a good idea to put globs of jelly in my drink? What are you, nuts? Are you crazy? Why is that a good thing?
All right, level 17. Just 2 more levels to go, and they should be pretty quick because we have half the party members alive. Chunky applesauce, exactly. Pulp and the orange juice. I used to hate it when I was a kid, but now I love it. Just went through a pulp transformation.
Anti-pulp.
Anti-pulp?
Anti-bits of things and other things.
Pulp or riot?
Pretty much universal. I think I only make an exception for peanut butter because I love peanut butter so much. The bubble tea comments have gone up in chat, and now I get the feedback.
Oh, you're gonna get some hate mail now.
Some people coming out to support the anti-bubble tea movement. Look at this. I think we've actually been a silent majority all along. think bubble tea is not okay. And now we've only just now found our confidence to stand up and say so.
Alright, the movement begins here. Oatmeal cookies with cranberries. That's fine. I mean, that's not really much different than raisins.
What is that? That's a trap. You don't put fruit in cookies.
Okay.
Come on.
I like stuff in cookies. That's fine.
I'm getting whispers from people about the bubble tea. That's awesome. Thanks. No fruit on cookies. That's not okay. You can put it on a cake. I'll probably eat around it, but I'm not gonna like look at you funny.
What if it's jelly? Like those cookies that have a little jelly dot in the, the little jelly center to the cookie, you know what I mean?
Like a peak freeze with like the little sugar crystals in there.
I don't know what you just said, but that sounds delicious.
Peak freeze? You don't have, is that a Canadian thing?
I don't know.
Peak freeze cookies? It must be. You would know if it was I am a Canadian, and I frequently discover that various fast food chains and common brands are limited to my country. And on the internet, I experience friction in certain cases. I once posed a question in a forum. I was like, we really need to figure out which is better, the Oreo or the Fudgio. And
People
no one
like,
knew what the hell a Fudgio was.
I have never heard of Fudgio in my life.
It's the same. It's Mr. Christie. They make the Oreo. And in Canada, they also make a Fudgio with like a more chocolatey, fudgy cream. And the hard part is more also fudgier than the Oreo chocolate. And it's called a Fudgio. 2 E's -O.
Another cousin of Fabio? It's Fabio, Garbaggio, and Fudgio now.
I didn't think about that.
My speedruns will never be safe again.
Multiple t-shirts.
Yeah, after we make that Garbaggio t-shirt, we'll have to make a Fudgio t-shirt too.
To be honest, I do like Oreos more than Fudgios. But it was a discussion worth having. Nabisco, that's what I meant. Wait, maybe they're not the same company. But how did they get away with that name? Now I need to fucking Wikipedia Oreos and Fudgios. But back to the important discussion of jelly. Fruit as a jelly becomes acceptable in many cases.
Okay, you just don't like chunks of fruit. You like if it's a paste. Fruit paste is okay, but fruit chunks is bad.
Yeah,
right.
I think so. Definitely less welcome than like a chocolate paste.
Okay.
Or something. But I'll eat it. I won't hesitate too much.
You won't throw it back in my face if I give you one?
No.
Okay.
No. The bubble tea, look out. But the cookies, I'll eat.
Right.
And I'll mostly enjoy it.
Yeah, we're one level away. We're about to hit level 19, and then we're done with this finally. And we can move on with our lives.
Fudgios are basically chocolate Oreos, yes.
Hydrox. Yeah, we had Hydroxes too. When you're too cheap to buy Oreos, you buy Hydroxes. But
look, if you search Mr. Christie, it redirects you to Nabisco. All Nabisco cookie or cracker products are branded as Christie in Canada.
Huh.
Mystery solved. I only found out about Hydrox today.
There's 19. Oh, we gotta get Bill his level, though. Bill's gotta get his level.
He's lagging behind that one fight, the wizards. Or Astos.
Yeah, Astos. He died to Astos. Astos rubbed. So he should get it right here. There we go. Bill level 19. And because I did a misstep earlier, I don't know if you guys saw it, but I had one misstep in here. I'm actually going to go back down through this free square and then take the free squares at the bottom of this room out. So that's why I'm just going to run away from that thing. And that's because I just don't trust myself to not mess up something stepwise, so I want to just get things back on track. Alright, and now we're going to go face Carrie. So we're going to heal up right now. And Carrie, without any kind of fast spell or any mages to support us, can be dangerous, but with 2 fighters, each having close to 500 hit points, I really don't expect this to be a problem. Man, if I die at this fight, though, we're going to have to go back and spend another 40 minutes doing this thing again.
Don't do that.
I shouldn't even talk about that.
That's not okay.
I shouldn't even talk about it. 47 damage to Ace, that's good. 138, she's got 600 hit points. 600 hit points, yeah. 76, there's Fire 2. Oh, that was kind of a strong Fire 2 against Ace. 103, that's good. I want to see triple digits out of these guys. There's Dark, that won't do anything. The Darkness spell is bugged. It does not work. Darkness doesn't work, that's a bug.
It's a good bug.
There we go, dead. Yeah, that's one of the few good bugs. Another good one is that if you're put to sleep, you're guaranteed to wake up on the first turn possible. Although that same thing applies to monsters. Like if you put a monster to sleep, they wake right up again. So I guess it's a double-edged sword there. But
yeah, but you fight a lot of things that put you to sleep, and I don't think anyone ever buys the sleep spell.
No, I sure don't. But yeah, imagine Kraken with if that ink spell actually worked. Oh my gosh, yeah. That fight would be a disaster. The ink spell actually worked on you.
It is quite similar to FF6. I think with 6, it specifically ties physical evade and magic evade together in a way that makes Dark useless. This is a little different. I think this is just... Well, I guess it's all just memory addresses pointing to the wrong place.
With that one, I'm not really sure what the bug was. But yeah, it probably is just, yeah, memory address or the wrong place. Yeah, it could be. Oh, wait, it's one more. Yeah, this is the spot. Alright. I don't think we even need... Alright, so now we revive Cal and Dan. And you'll see they come back in the same order they were supposed to be because of that little swap that I did before we killed them. Here we refill our heal potions. We actually used quite a lot during that grind. Man, thanks for bearing with us through that. I know the grind is so boring, and it's even the marathon safe route. It's even longer, and I'm really glad that you guys stuck with us through this. I hope that you ate a sandwich or some corn dogs or something like that in the process.
Talking about all that food, I'm sure some people were just lost it. They were like, "I gotta go get something to eat." God damn it.
Only use this town for the inn? No, that was before. On the way into the volcano, I only use it for the inn. Now I use it for heal potions. And to revive my dudes. How many heal potions did I even use during that?
I was too busy absorbed in some of the best conversation I've had.
Well, you weren't counting each heal potion that I used?
I'm sorry.
What are you here for if you're not going to count heal potions? Alright.
Someone in chat earlier did say, like, you know, this other guy really doesn't need to be here.
Nice.
It's like, well, he has a point.
Yeah.
You were doing pretty good on your own. It would still be a good run.
I gotta remember not to forget. I have to remember not to forget. Okay, great. I have to remember to re-equip my mages with their armor, because I have walked out of here with naked mages before and gone through a bunch of battles before realizing it. So let's remember to not forget to do that. All this heal potion buying, though, it really numbs my brain, and I end up forgetting the next thing I have to do.
People are bringing up one of my country's namesakes and Tim Hortons coffee. It's good coffee, man.
I actually live far enough north in the States that we have those around here.
Yeah, they trickle in there.
Yeah. Maybe another heal potion? Sure. How about another heal potion? Okay. Maybe a heal potion next? Sounds good.
Maybe, and he's like, let me guess.
It's like, wait, let me guess. Heal potion? No, he asks you every time, because one of these times you're going to say something different. Oh, I can't carry anymore. There we go.
It's like the knock-knock joke. Banana. Orange glad.
Nope. Not glad. And armor, we're going to drop D's silver bracelet, so we've got some extra inventory space. Stay at the inn, and then power cycle. And where do we go next?
I was going to start talking about Dunkin' Donuts, so you should probably say the smart thing first.
Oh, well, smart thing is trying to remember where I'm going next. Just kidding, I know where I'm going next, guys, don't worry. We are going to the ice cave. We normally would do the ice cave. In a speedrun, normally you do the ice cave as early as possible, just because you want to get that... airship. Well, you do the ordeals first, because that you can't get to with the airship any better than with the regular ship. But yeah, you do this soon so you can get the airship, but we did the early grind in the volcano so that we could be high level by the time we get to the ice cave. I mean, we're going to want to do that grind anyway, because we need to get the warp spell for the mages. They need that warp spell, and for marathon safety, we want the life spell as well. And just in general, we got to get them to a high enough level that they get enough charges of fast to do Temple of Fiends, and just enough hit points that they're not going to get destroyed. And then the fighters need to get a high enough attack level, or it's really a high enough hit percent, that they can start getting 4 hits per turn. Alright, 6 steps, and then tent, and then we power cycle here. So right now I'm resetting, doing a power cycle resets where we are in the monster table. And now I'm going to skip 2 more encounters. There's encounter 1, and I'll skip encounter 2 in a second here. There we go. And now going in on the 3rd encounter to the ice cave. This is going to give us probably the nicest set of encounters that you can get without doing a lot of cycling through. There's actually other places you can go into the ice cave at, but this is actually a nice, easy one to get to. It doesn't take very long. Now there's cockatrices in this fight. Here, let me Zeus, and I'll fire 2. Cockatrice in this fight will turn you to stone, and I did not buy any soft potions, but the nice thing is that if that had happened, I could have just done another power cycle and started the cave over again. So it's a really quick loop there. But we got past it, so we're fine. And after that, there should be nothing else. No, I won't use the heal staff here. There should be nothing else that's really going to get in our way. Yeah, it's not nice, but it is the one not nice thing, and it happens at the very beginning. If I had delayed past that encounter, I would have had some much worse stuff to deal with.
Much, much worse.
Yeah, there's some bad stuff in here, particularly on the lowest floor. There's there's sorcerers and there's mages.
Mm-hmm. Sorcerers probably a little more deadly because of their completely unresistible status effect. And the status effect that they have on their attack is death.
Yeah.
So you die. If that happens. It happens a lot. And even with the pro ring that protects against death, the ribbon protects against death. The sorcerers, yeah, there's like a glitch with their one-hit instant kill thing is actually not flagged as death element. It's flagged as neutral element.
Alright, this is the first tough encounter. The Frost Giants, we actually got lucky here that it's just, I guess I'll fire to him, that it's just the Frost Giant alone. There's Frost Wolves as well, and the Frost Wolves will do a damage spell that can be pretty deadly, especially if you get a whole lot of Frost Wolves. But the Frost Giant itself will hit pretty hard, and that's an unrunnable. So it'd be nice if I could get rid of all the unrunnables from this, but honestly, by getting into that encounter, I'm avoiding some stuff that's much, much worse than that. Alright, Flame Sword. It's a pretty good weapon, but at this point, it's not very good compared to what we have, so I'm just going to put it on one of the mages, and it'll basically never get used. So for here, I used to run away from these, but I actually like the fact that we can get some experience in gold by fighting these things. And we have a bunch of casts of Fire too, and if one of them could finally happen... Paralyzed, of course he paralyzes one of the Fire 2 guys. But this other one should wreck about half these things. The French Giant. Yeah, we debate about what the FR in some of these enemies are. I mean, I say Frost, but it could be... I don't know.
Frost is a pretty safe bet.
Frank Giant. Nah. It doesn't have to be Frost just because we're in an ice cave. Come on. Then again, the dragons are called Frost D, aren't they? So I suppose they have committed to Frost for that, tile or for that palette of enemy.
That doesn't, like you said, doesn't necessarily mean that everything else in the ice cave is frosty.
That's true. It doesn't.
Could be a free giant.
Freaking giant.
He's one of the free folk.
Yeah, it could be.
No one owns this giant. He's his own man, and he's got some pet wolves.
Well, it's a freaking giant and a freaking wolf.
I guess if he had the pet wolves, the wolves would not be free, would they? They would have to follow them of their own volition.
Fred the Giant.
Frap Giant.
Alright, here I'm going to delay 2 more steps to get into an encounter here rather than the next floor, avoiding... I should have thought, what is this monster that I'm avoiding? I think it's wizards. I think I'm avoiding an unrunnable battle with wizards. Is that what it is? As if you would know the answer to that. I don't remember. There's a battle that I didn't want on that floor. It's either a bunch of wizards that are unrunnable, or it's an encounter that can turn you to stone. It's one of those 2 things. But it's something much worse than whatever I did fight there, than those images that I did fight there. Alright, Ice Shield. Good stuff, actually. Because of that bug that we're talking about, the Ice Shield's supposed to protect you against enemies that are fire enemies, but in actuality it protects you against enemies that are weak to fire, and it just so happens that those undead that stun lock you are all weak to fire. So if you put that on the person who's in the front slot, they have a pretty low chance of getting stun locked, of getting stunned at least. And having somebody in the first slot who's not stunned and actually can run away is really beneficial. So always put that ice shield on your person in position 1 when you're in this dungeon. Oh, not very many enemies in this. That's almost a disappointment. Oh, yeah, we'll fire 2, because I think there's only one more thing I gotta fire 2 on. Yeah, after this I'm gonna fight another freaking giant, and then an Arbone. I picked... Whoa. I picked up the float, didn't I?
Yes, I just saw you do it.
Oh, good. Whew.
Also, you picked up the floater after defeating the boss that just like totally glossed over. You walked up and two-shot him.
That's a pain in the butt, that boss, but that's also a pretty decent grind spot, too. I've seen people grind that thing for experience. It's actually worth a lot, but it's just dangerous. Because he does that XXXX spell, which it won't be able to kill you if you're... I mean, it's an instant death spell, but it won't kill you if you have more than 300 hit points. Problem is, look at the mages. They're at level 16, and they still don't have 300 hit points, so it would kind of suck to have a grind spot that you can't even use till you're already level 18, you know? So that's why we don't do it in this run. Alright, got one more enemy right here. It's going to be our bones. Chance to strike first, just like the other ones.
This is neat. I got the up-to-date view again. Just popped up.
Yep, I just restarted it.
Okay.
Looks like the server works. Alright, and we're done. No more encounters in the ice cave. And we're out.
Yeah, it could be a really tense part of the run for people who are familiar with just how dangerous it is, but the magic of encounter routing actually makes it quite tame, even if you're not super over-leveled.
Yeah, we were definitely over-leveled there. We didn't need to be that high a level. We could have been fine much less than that, but I just didn't want to risk anything going wrong here. And we need the levels anyway at some point during the run. I mean, the alternative would be to grind less in the volcano and fight some other enemies along the way. So we're going to be wasting the time at some point. So at least we spent all that time right there up front, and now the rest of this we're going to be making rapid progress. We're done grinding. There's no more grinding in this run. It's all game progress from here on out.
Yep, we defeated Astaroth. We're ready for making rapid progress.
Alright, what am I
Should error playing Ghosts and Goblins. Not too... well, I guess this has been going on for 3 hours, but on the schedule. Just a couple runs away. Error did some Ghosts and Goblins for us.
Ooh.
Our fighters are about to feel the strength welling within them. So we can take our shiny new floater, float ourselves an airship.
Yeah, so that floater, I think it's like a float stone. I think it's like a stone that gives floating power to whatever. I don't know. I don't actually know how it works. But there, we use the floater. It's a mysterious rock that causes this thing here to appear. Now we get this awesome music. Flying in the ship doesn't increase your step counter, so that's nice. Why are we going back to Elfland? I went into the castle. Oh my god. Have you seen me do this in every single one of my practice runs, right? Every single time I went into the castle instead of the town. And I'm walking through the town so that I don't have to waste the steps. So stupid. But yeah, here we go. We're back at Elfland again. And the main reason we're here, one thing that we want is soft potions. Because we could possibly get turned to stone in the waterfall cave, so let's get those. But the other thing we need here is the fast spell. That's the main reason we're back here. You can't get that anywhere else.
Gotta go fast. If you want to go fast, you gotta get fast.
And I think I'm full on heals, right? Okay, good. Wait, what's my money? 15864. Okay, we're good on money here. So yeah, we're gonna buy the fast spell for Kalandan. The fast spell doubles the number of hits, which is incredibly useful for buffing the fighters.
Yep, I think statistically you're basically just multiplying the fighter's damage by 2.
Oh yeah, approximately, yeah. That's basically what's happening, but essentially you get a certain number of hits, and that's based on your hit percent. Your hit percent determines what your chances are of hitting when you attack. But also, that number divided by 32 and then truncated down is the number of hits that you have beyond the first hit. Like, you have 1 hit guaranteed, and then beyond that, if your hit percent is high enough, you get a chance at more hits. And you can have up to 4. You can get up to 4 hits that way. But then with fast, you can get up to 8 hits per turn. So we got that tail that we got way back there. We finally get to use it. And that turns us into the upgraded party. So the fighters become knights. The red mages become red wizards. A thief becomes a ninja. A black belt becomes a master. And everyone
white mage,
looks cooler.
black mage, white wizard, black
Yeah,
wizard.
the mages turn to wizards, right? Exactly.
The knights are able to equip better equipment.
Yeah, that's a big
be
thing.
Coming upon
Better equipment for one thing. That's really important. It gives us access to certain spells for the mages. You can't buy warp or life without it. So that's pretty important. That makes it worth going there just to get that. The warp spell can save you a lot of walking. Now we buy this bottle for $50,000. Pretty overpriced bottle, but we need it.
I like the theory, actually, that you're just paying for the repairs because you crashed your airship onto his house. But that is a fun glitch. That desert is set up so that you can't land the ship anywhere in there, so they put one tile of grass way across the desert. You're supposed to land there and trek across the desert filled with dangerous encounters, but they did not check to see whether or not you can land on top of the caravan itself. So you can just crash right on there, walk away, double back, enter the shop, and buy the bottle. Bottle is it's a normal bottle.
Yeah, nothing special about it. There's no reason why we just paid $50,000 for it.
Yeah.
Alright, got the warp spell and the life spell. I'm going to skip one encounter here. There it is. And now we get back into this thing. And we're heading over to Gaia. That's the place where you use the bottle. And it also
Are you gonna put something in there?
I don't
like
know what are we going to do with the bottle in Gaia? I don't even know.
Some mixed nuts, maybe.
I actually never gotten this far in the game, so we'll find out together. But while we're here, there's another dancing broom. While we're here, gonna buy the pro rings for everybody.
Very important thing to get. The pro rings are one of the reasons why getting the floater is such a big accomplishment in this game. You get the airship, which opens up your ability to get to this town. It also opens up the ability to class change. That's another big thing. But getting here and buying these pro rings means you can finally resist the death element. And that means no more instant death shenanigans from a lot of attacks. Also, it just kind of has a lot of defense for the slot it takes up.
Yeah, it's 8 defense. That's really good for a hand item. I think it's 8. Is that right? Is it 8?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Okay, good. We're all set. So yeah, we're in great shape equipment-wise. Pretty safe right now. We picked up the warp spell, which it warps you out of whatever floor you're on. The next level up of it is the exit spell, which takes you all the way out of a dungeon, but the warp spell alone is really all you need for speedrun purposes. I don't think exit is nearly as helpful. And then the life spell is really good for marathon route because you can revive people when they die. Hopefully we won't ever need to use it, but it's there. Using the bottle, a fairy appears, poof, and then is gone, except the fairy's right there, so I don't know why it says that in the text. And she gives you the Oxy Ale. Ale for Oxy.
If it wasn't 3:30 in the morning, I'd maybe do a Billy Mays impression trying to sell you Oxy Ale. Chat will just have to make do on their own. But yeah, I guess that's another pronunciation we could go back and forth on. Oxyale.
It's Oxy.
Oxyale. Yeah, I think that would be a pretty overwhelming yay. But it lets you breathe underwater.
Yep, you can't get into the sea shrine without it. You can't even get in. It would be interesting if you could get in, but it was sort of like poison every time you walked, but nope, you can't even get in. Alright, I'm going to reset the encounters here, and we're going to skip one. I want to bypass the very first encounter. And now we're going to the waterfall. Good music in here, and you actually get to hear it because it doesn't, well, it does keep resetting every time you get into a battle, but when you hear this in the dwarf cave, it resets every time you open a chest, which is kind of annoying.
Oh wow, that's pretty devastating. Red Hammers are proposing perhaps Oxyale is a combination of OxyContin and ale.
It sounds like it's not very good for you.
No, that'll mess you up real bad.
Yeah, you should not.
I can breathe underwater, I swear. The waterfall cave's a pretty cool place. You get you get a whole lot of money.
A lot of troll bats. Cool sword. Yeah, you do get a really cool sword. Well, you're going to get the defense sword, which, besides being a very good sword and having a high bonus to your hit rate, which is probably enough to push you up into the 4 hit threshold. You know, that's really big. But in addition to that, the defense sword, if you use it in battle as an item, it casts ruse on whoever's holding it, which increases your defense, or no, increases your evade rather, right? And that will stack if you use it multiple times. You know what? We're here. Let's wipe these things out and get some experience. Let's do it. There's no birds in this encounter for once. This is a bird-free encounter. Bird-free zone here.
No fly zone.
That's right, no fly zone.
Only very grounded mummies who are just hanging out, just copping a squat like mummies do. I like that the chat instantly was like, what does the WZ stand for? As soon as it appeared, wise mummy, wuzzy mummy.
Wise mummy.
Whizzing mummy.
The whizzing mummy. Explains the pose, I guess. Alright. Ribbon. That's a good item. Here's a bunch of money that they... 13450. More money. There's the cube. That lets you get into the floating castle. And then the defense. Very nice sword. Oops. Nice. Dan equip 1, 2 armor. Ribbon for the cap. And we drop this cap. And equip the ribbon. That's about it. And then warp to get out of here. Excellent. 1 step. And then I use another tent. And we skip this encounter. So this is a different set of monsters that we're going to be going through the sea shrine at than what you've seen in the world record run if you've watched me doing attempts with that route. But the idea behind this is that you're going to be able to avoid all the unrunnables and still have enough steps to pick up the opal armor. And the opal armor, normally you'd skip it because it's out of the way, but this is a marathon run, so we'll take the extra, 45 seconds that it takes to go get it. I'm using a house here, even though I could just go in and use the inn, because the inn is really far out of the way. And there we go, we skip 1 encounter, and now we go in.
You know you've really made it as an adventurer when you are too lazy to walk a couple steps to the inn, so you just burn a disposable house. Buying some soft potions, those can come in handy. They also sell hard potions, but you need to make sure that you talk to your doctor first.
Find a couple cabins. There we go. Alright, going into the Sea Shrine. We have the Oxyale, so we can actually go in here. Otherwise, this lady coming up is not going to let us in. There's a submarine in this town here. There is a submarine in this game, that's right. It is Jaws. This game's basically Jaws. We're now in the Sea Shrine. The Sea Shrine is interesting because you come in... There's like 5 floors to it. Oh, there's more than that, but logically there's 5 floors to it. And you come in on the 3rd floor, and you first have to go down to the 1st floor to get all the cool items, and then you go up to the 5th floor. It's kind of backwards from what you would expect, but that's just how it goes. Grr shark.
Grr.
Grr shark. And we're first going to go over and get the opal armor, and it's way out of the way up here in the top left. But fortunately we have the warp spell, so we don't have to walk back. We can just warp back. Opal armor is one of the best armors in the game. The dragon armor is really the only thing better than that.
Yeah, it has the same defense and evade values, except opal resists lightning and dragon resists fire, ice, lightning, I think.
Right. Iron for opal. Equip.
Definitely top tier armor. Much better than the iron armor that they were wearing before.
Yeah, the iron armor, it's got pretty good absorb, but not nowhere close to as good as the opal or the dragon armor. And the problem with the iron armor is it's just got such an evade penalty that it really ruins your evade when you're wearing it. But honestly, there's not really a lot of options in the middle game for good armor. You know, you're mostly focused on buying helmets, shields, and gauntlets and stuff.
Yeah, they tend to give you more bang for your buck, I guess. Defense per dollar. Question from chat, are there any random drops, like equipment, that could make an influence on a world record? There are no item drops in this game. You get gold, you get experience, that's it.
Did I... Oh.
Menu error, what did you forget to do?
Error. I selected equip instead of drop. Like,
oh, been walking around with all the wrong armors.
Alright, no, it's not too bad. I wasn't even looking at the screen, I was actually looking at chat, and that's what happened. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, one of these days I'm going to accidentally drop a really important item that we need, like drop one of the ribbons or something like that. That'll happen sometime. So this floor actually wraps around. This whole thing is... It wraps left to right. I don't know why that is. And there's the slab. That'll be useful for learning to speak the Lefianish language. The language they speak in Lefian. Alright, opal thing for the opal helmet. 1, 2...
I'm pretty sure it's Lefianish.
Lefianish. Alright, here we go. So we warped back to the floor that we came in on, and now we're going to go the other direction, and that's going to take us towards Kraken. That slab was the reason we went down there. That's a required item. I mean, there is some cool armor and other gear, lots of money down there, but the real reason you got to go there is to get the slab. That slab lets you get to Lefian, which lets you get the chime, which lets you enter the Mirage Tower, which is the next fiend we're going after. That's where he is.
Yeah, no one in your party is good enough to mime to the Lefianish people what you need.
And I'm wasting a few encounters here. I'm going to burn 2 encounters by these stairs because I'm trying to avoid... There's some really bad encounters and some unrunnables that just are really slow. And it's better to just waste some encounters here to try to to just try to get those out of the way so we don't get them on this floor instead.
We picked up that ribbon, but I don't think we ever said what it does. We said it was good, but what it does is it resists basically every element, including weird ones that almost nothing falls under, like time. I think status has its own element.
Although when the lobsters hit me, it doesn't count as that element because it's a physical attack and not a spell. Kind of annoying, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, but it does resist a lot of stuff. The ribbon is actually crucial. It's what prevents us from getting just one-shot killed by a lot of stuff and, you know, taking excessive amounts of damage from some of the elemental damage spells. But yeah, the ribbon is so useful that we're gonna be equipping it instead of some of the better absorb armor. So like actually putting on worse armor just, you know, just so we'll have that status bonus. Or, you know, that resistance bonus. That's not right. Excuse me. Yep, not much to this. The encounters in here are pretty tame. I mean, there's some bad ones and some unrunnables and stuff, but we're not going to see any of them. Probably one of the more dangerous ones is the water elementals. All of the elementals in this game, besides air elemental, are unrunnable. The earth elemental, fire elemental, and water elemental are unrunnables, and they're generally pretty strong, pretty heavy-hitting enemies. So I do like to avoid those. We're going to get one more ribbon. You really got to pick up the ribbons. If you're doing a casual playthrough of this, don't leave the ribbons behind. They're really helpful. It's not so important yet, but it will be.
I think a lot of the, like, Tiamat 2 and Chaos would basically be kind of impossible without any ribbons.
Yeah, there's a few monsters that just go crazy with the spells that they cast on you, and I just don't know how you would survive it if you didn't have those things. No ribbon skip. Jump the shark. Yeah, this run really jumped the shark, didn't it?
I think you'd probably jump the shark back around the Agama ground. Feed the Kraken. We'll feed him something. He won't like it, though. Because it's bubble tea.
Alright, yeah, that's Kraken's weakness, is bubble tea, but we didn't bring any.
Oh, right. Is it Kraken or Kraken?
It's Kraken. Does anyone say Kraken?
People say that.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's
Kraken.
a thing.
Well, now I'm going to say it, because that sounds much better than Kraken.
I'm a Kraken person, but I respect
Kraken.
Kraken enough to pose the question.
Alright, I'm forcing an encounter...
I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah, I'm forcing an encounter right in front of this fight, because I don't want to have to face him after, to face that random encounter afterwards. I want to just get it out of the way now while we still have everyone alive. We'll probably have everyone alive after this fight. But Kraken hits really hard. He can hit up to 8 times, big surprise. And he does a lot of damage, so let's hope he doesn't wipe us out. But we'll probably be okay. The nice thing is the ink spell that he casts, well, I'll use the defense. That's going to increase that guy's evade. We're going to fast the fighters. They both get fasted, so that by the time they do start attacking, they'll attack too early before he got fasted, and he only did 39 damage. But when these fighters finally start attacking, they're going to be doing twice as many hits. Alright, there we go. Fight Zeus. It casts Lightning 2. Lightning 2 against Kraken is actually really strong. Over 100 damage on that one. really weak hit from see, Cal's dead, but that's what's going to happen. That's fine. He hits hard because he has so many hits, and every one of those has a chance to be a crit. It re-rolls your crit, your chance of crit every single hit. There's Ink. Ink is going to be pretty ineffective against us. Even if it hits, it's ineffective. Yeah, 76 Lightning's kind of weak. Let's get a good one for Ace. 191 from Ace. Alright, we're getting there. Bill with 94 and terminated. Great.
If anyone's wondering, Kraken does have exactly 8 hits.
Yeah, 8 hits. That's right. And each one of them can crit if you're unlucky. So we're going back in here just to revive our dead person. Because we were going to Melmond next, and there's no revival place in Melmond. And let's swap.
That's right. The vampire broke it. It's actually in the story.
He broke it. That's true, yeah. And he must have broken the item shop too, because there's none of those. And then here, I think. Alright, going to Melmond. So we got that slab, that's something we picked up along the way, and it's sort of like a Rosetta Stone kind of thing. It's meant to teach us this language of Lefian, the language of Lefian, whatever you'd call that. And to get that thing translated, we actually have to come back to Melmond, and there's this dude here who translates slabs for adventurers. That's all he does. He likes to hang out in the graveyard. He's a bit of a weirdo. Or maybe he just likes slabs of stone. That could be. But here he is, just looking at a bunch of stone slabs. Hello, a slab! He's so excited to see a slab. Alright, and now he teaches Lefianish really quickly. He teaches it to us. We're fast learners, or maybe he's just a really fast talker, I don't know. And so now we can go to Lefian, and we have to do that because that's where we get the chime that lets us enter the Mirage Tower, which is our next destination.
Maybe it's basically just Pig Latin.
That's all it is. Just Pig Latin.
I'm Che.
Yes. Skip an encounter. This encounter set here that we're seeing now, this is the same thing we saw in that Peninsula of Power when we were doing that grind on the peninsula there. It's the monsters from this area that we were fighting. So we're actually back, and look how far into the game we are now. We're fighting those monsters very early on in the game. You can see why that was worth so much experience, because that's a pretty late game monster set here. Alright, so here we are. This town kind of sucks. There's no weapon shop or armor shop. There's no inn. There is spells hiding over there to the right, outside of the town walls. There's some spells you can get, I think. But I don't get them because we're not a high enough level to use anything like that. The speedrun really doesn't get access to the late game spells. Oop, bump. And now we're going back to the airship, and we're going to head over to Mirage Tower. Almost there. More encounter skips. Alright, So this is kind of optional. I would skip this if I was doing a world record attempt, but there's a couple of good items over here. One of them is the Aegis shield. Pretty helpful because it protects you against some of the stuff that the ribbon protects you against, but you only get 3 ribbons in the game, so the 4th player needs to have something. So the Aegis shield serves that purpose as well as being a particularly good shield. And the other thing we're going to get is, oh, I forgot to do this, is the heal helmet. Drop silver shield, helmet, and the cap from Dan. Wonderful. And the heal helmet casts heal on the party. It does the same thing as the heal staff does, except it's actually a decent helmet. It's about equivalent to the silver helmet. So we'll put that on Bill for now, but it's, well, it'll either be on Bill or one of the mages will be holding it, depending on what part of the game we're in. But the real reason we're here, I mean, that's optional, but the real reason we're here is the Aegis shield. Oop, come here now.
Sorry, the what?
The
Aegis shield?
Is it Aegis? That's what I'm going to say.
I have heard Aegis,
or
Aegis, and Aegis.
I like Aegis. Aegis.
Aegis shield? No,
Aegis.
I like either Aegis or Aegis.
Oh, we're back on this again. Alright. Alright, house plus cabin. That house refills our spell charges, and the cabin allows us to actually save those spell charges in case we die and need to go back here again. Is it Chimera or Chimera?
It's a Chimerichanga.
It's a Chimera. Chimerichanga? Oh, man.
What is Aegis even a reference to? It basically just means shield.
Alright, some Suribus. What do you think? Is it Suribus? Is that the right way to say the name of this mythical creature?
It's just spelt wrong now. That's not...
We're not doing spelling errors.
They just dropped the letters. They flipped the B and the R.
We're not doing misspellings now?
No, that's just... I mean, that monster specifically, I guess, is probably Cerberus. But it could be Cerberus. Say.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it could be Carabus. Darn.
Carabus? Cerberus. Syrupy Cerberus.
What are you doing? You're looting some things.
Sure am.
Got a sun sword, Thor hammer.
Long equip. Sun and ice. Yeah, the sun sword is pretty good. Use iron armor.
The fourth. Well, debatable whether sun is better than defense. Defense probably better.
Yeah. Alright, good.
So I would say sun sword is the 4th strongest sword.
Yeah, sun sword. I mean, after that, Excalibur and the Masmuin, right?
Yeah.
But the defense sword
katana
actually...
is pretty good.
Oh, katana is pretty good, that's true. But the defense sword actually, in some cases, is better than the sun sword because the defense sword gives you a big bonus to your hit percent, and hit percent determines the number of hits you're going to get as well as your chance of hitting. So it actually is, in some cases, preferable to using the sun sword. Even though it does less damage, it's overall your damage output's better from having more hits.
It's vampires. They multiplied.
Yeah, it's multiple vampires. Not so bad now, when we can actually handle the hits that they do. Let's heal everybody up here, because this blue dragon is kind of a jerkbag. He can do a lot of damage to you. I just don't want any of that.
Chat posing the, what is the name of the most powerful sword?
Yeah, I mean, I say
Japanese
Masmune
fame.
because that's what they write, but I understand it's the Masamune.
Masamune.
If you actually are trying to say it the way it's supposed to, or it's probably, I'm probably not even pronouncing that right, but it's certainly not Masmune. I know that's just a limitation of the characters that they have, you know, the number of characters that they can put into the into the slot.
That's one where I could buy like the logical argument. Japanese origin was actually named after a person. Person's name is pronounced Masamune.
Mm-hmm.
So I would accept that there's a right answer to that question. But I would also accept that there are a lot of people who just don't care and are just going to say it the way they've always said it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's hard to change your habit. And the fact is, in this game, it actually is written Masmune, so I don't know. You can go by that. I'm going to start saying Suribus, just so I can justify my use of Masmune. Alright, taking one extra step there just to change the oddness of my steps, so that I can do something coming up. Alright, passing... Oh, wait. Armor. Alright, we're passing the heal to Dan, and then to the front. And then we drop the ice shield, can go. Alright.
The bad mans and the evil mans.
The bad mans. I know, I like that. They have bad man and evil man.
Ribbon. That's our third one, I think.
Heal to Cal to ice, and equip the ice sword on him. Armor. Just equip 1, 2, 3. Alright, good. That's everything. And this encounter should be right here. Okay, very good. That means I've done the steps right. The reason I'm trying to be careful about what my step count is at, and why I had to waste one step back there just to be in sync with this, is the final floor of the Sky Palace has a different encounter rate than the other places in the dungeon. Most dungeons have a certain encounter rate. It's going to be the same... Excuse me, it's going to be the same number of steps between encounters in all dungeons, but there are just certain places in the game, like the final floor of this dungeon, and the last 2 floors of Temple of Fiends, the last 2, I think, will have a different encounter rate, a higher encounter rate. And there's some really bad encounters in there, so I'm just trying to make sure that I minimize the number of encounters I face on that floor. And it's all about just manipulating the step counter to be at just the right spot when you hit that floor. That eye was unrunnable, that's why I fought it. This is a really cool floor. Probably my favorite floor here, but we never actually spend any time here. There's lots of out-of-the-way places, and there's the observatory. There's like a window where you can look out over the world. It's really neat. But we don't have time for any of that in a speedrun. And we don't have the steps to spare, because this is some really tight step routing in here. If we want to be able to avoid getting a lot of encounters on the next floor, we're not going to run into Warmech. Couple of things. Warmech is pretty bad, but Warmech is not the rarest encounter. It's actually not 1 out of 64, it's 3 out of 64. The information that says that it's 1 out of 4, or 1 out of 64, and it's the rarest encounter is actually inaccurate. There's a rarer encounter than it. But we're not going to run into Warmech. There's no chance of it in this route.
Unless you messed up.
Yeah, but even if I really messed up, I would have to really, really mess up, because we're many encounters away from it. I'd have to get like another 12 encounters on this floor before I actually ran into it.
Unlike the any % no resets run, which is 1 encounter away from one.
Yes, the any % no reset run, I'm 1 encounter away, so if I make a misstep anywhere, the next encounter that I get is Warmech, and that can happen. Fight it. I will fight Warmech. Forget this marathon run. Let's just fight Warmech.
You're really easily convinced.
It sounded like a great idea. If someone's like, fight Warmech. I will. That sounds great. That's brilliant. Why didn't I think of that?
Alright. We're gonna fight Tiamat instead.
It's almost as good as fighting Warmech, except nowhere close to as awesome as fighting Warmech.
Tiamat, and I'm just gonna cite facts here. Tiamat, not a robot.
Not a robot. I don't know what he is in this game. Just a multi-headed dragon, but it's really tough to make out what's happening with that sprite. Like, I get that he's a multi-headed dragon, but what even are we looking at? Like, is that a knee over there to the left of that center head There's like a tail that ends in a little flag.
Yeah.
There's heads of various sizes sprouting out in places that don't look like they're supposed to be necks there. He's got one arm.
Elbow.
He's got one. I think there's another arm hiding in there somewhere too.
Just
like to the right of the head. Is that an arm? I guess that is. He's got another hand there. It's one of the weirdest boss sprites.
It's kind of like a rat king.
Tiamat's a she.
I've heard that.
That's actually a good point. It is, right? Tiamat, like all the bosses are based on different mythologies, but there actually is not just a thing that they made up for this. No, you're right. Tiamat is a she.
Carrie is actually called Merilith in the original version and other
or
remakes.
Merilith or something.
But
it's supposed to be Kali. But in this game, the whole RL Japanese thing.
Right. And Kali is I think a Hindu goddess with 6 arms and swords and stuff, so fits pretty nicely. You saw the laundromat?
Yeah.
Knew it. That's a good one.
Oh man, this fight. After fasting the fighters, there's not really too much we can do, but just heal everybody, keep everyone healed. This isn't a very dangerous fight, because Tiamat keeps using these weak-ass spells against us, and we're not really worried about being able to keep up with his damage output. But we have a heal helmet and a heal staff that we can use here. And there we go, he eventually goes down. She eventually goes down. It's pretty much a gimme at this point, at this level that we're facing Tiamat. In the world record route, we actually use the Bane Sword against Tiamat, and that gets really random. It can be fast, or it can be just never happen for you and you end up dying.
Yeah. Also, why is it that some people... Do you have the 3 ribbons when you do that fight?
I have 3 ribbons.
Yeah? Okay, so that's not it. It's just the
Bane Sword is just... It's faster.
And stuff. Yeah.
Well,
but, like, she's not gonna kill you at all there. Like, you can out-heal her. But you're actually in danger of dying in the if you go all out with the fastest strat.
So we're pretty much... I just want to make sure we didn't waste any heal potions in there. I think we didn't. Oh, we did use a few, didn't we? Oh yeah, of course, yeah, to heal up at the boss. That's right, we used a few. So this is our last chopping trip here. We're gonna buy a couple of heal potions, get back up to 99. I think we're good on pure potions. We certainly don't need any more tents at this point. In fact, I just used up all my tents before getting in the ship, because I'm trying to shift it so that the heal potions appear in a spot in my inventory that only takes me 1 cursor movement to get to. So that's why I had to use up all those tents there. I mean, technically I shouldn't have bought all those tents. I should have had just 1 tent left over that I could have used, and that would have been the faster thing, but I bought extra tents for the purpose of this marathon run, just in case I misused one. But here we go, back to the dwarf cave. We got the adamant. We picked it up inside the Sky Palace. Adamant gives us this wonderful sword, the Excalibur.
They did the best they could with the space limitations.
They tried. Swap the Excalibur with the Sun Sword. Equip those both. Pretty good weapon right there. That is a pretty darn good weapon that we got. Can't use it if you don't get a class change, though. One of the reasons we do the class change right there. Alright, and this is all there is to it. We use up the house, and we use 1 more cabin. We don't skip anything, we just go straight in. Let's go!
So we alluded vaguely to a time loop in Four Fiends earlier on. This is the culmination of that ridiculous plot thread. Although, even though you're heading into the final point, you really don't know So you just show up and they say something about time, 2,000 years. You're like, okay, whatever. Now you travel to the past. And the idea is that Garland sends the four fiends to the future so that they can send him to the past, so that he can send them to the future, so that they can send him to the past. And he gets stronger and stronger each time. Why? I don't know. But that's how it works. And so you're entering the time loop, and you're going to break the time loop by defeating him in his awesome, most super powerful form. First, you got to get through the dungeon with all of the powered-up fiends guarding the way. These mages and fighters, the mages in particular, are in the ice cave. Another dangerous encounter. You can get there because of the rub spell that they have. But now that we've got the ribbon, very, very unlikely that it will hit. The only reason you should be totally immune, but the only reason it can hit is because there is a bug where if it rolls a 0 out of 255 or whatever, the game just treats that as a hit no matter what. So I think there's 3 zeros in the encounter table, so there's a 3 out of 256 chance to get smoked.
Loot! Beautiful tune. Sorry, go on.
Now, it's worth mentioning, you've been carrying this thing around since the start of the game.
Finally got to use it to break another floppy disk. Alright, so if there's a Chimera, then there's also a Gymera, obviously.
Yeah. There's no way it's anything but a well, I don't know. I went to school with Jim Era, actually.
Jim Era? Alright.
He had only one head, though. He was much less of a lion person than this game would lead you to believe. Frosty is kind of a scary encounter here. Even with the ribbons, they still do a fair chunk of frost damage with their breath. But honestly, everything at this point is a pretty scary encounter.
Yeah, we're not going to be sub 4, definitely. This is certainly taking longer than my last test playthrough. I'm not really sure where the time was lost. Could have just been worse RNG in battles.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good run overall.
There hasn't been any major screw-ups or anything, so I don't know. It's just bad luck.
Some small hesitations, I guess, adding up.
But I mean, there were small hesitations in my test playthrough too, so I don't know why this ended up so much slower. Alright, so I'm swapping Pro Ring with the Zeus. We equip that Pro Ring, or we equip the Zeus rather, and we unequip the ribbons from the mages. Why are we unequipping the ribbons? Don't we want those things?
Those would prevent you from being turned to stone.
Yeah. Why would you want
dying? Well, it turns out the best way to not die in this situation is to get turned to stone. That is considered like death. Like if the entire party is turned to stone, that's a game over. But as long as someone's alive, you're okay just being a statue. Neat properties of being a statue: you don't take damage from things. You just don't. You can still actually recover from like being paralyzed and falling asleep while you're turned to stone. You might see that. But the reason we want to turn to stone here is we want Dal and Can to be protected. Dan and Cal and Dan are going to be protected from the Lich, who is the first boss coming up here. He's got a nuke spell. It hurts a lot. A lot.
Yeah, nuke would definitely wipe out the 2 mages.
So yeah, they would just die. He has a 75% chance to do it right off the bat. And if he lives to his second turn, he has another 75% chance to do it if he didn't do it before. And he's probably going to live to the second turn. So you're almost certainly going to lose both mages. And then when neither of them is dead, one can't res the other. They're just done, and then you're done. So that can't happen. rather than trying to level them up so that they have so much HP they can survive. We turn them to stone.
There we go.
They live through the nukes, and the two fighters are able to deal with Lich on their own, because he's only got 500 hit points, and they are pretty buff at this point.
Yeah, the fighters can wreck Lich, but the mages wouldn't stand a chance, so that's why we turn them to stone. And after that, I mean, this took a long time for those guys to get turned to stone. Sometimes it's quick, but there's not very many of these Medusas, and they struck first, which is just a wasted round. So now we've got the Zeus Gauntlet and the Thor Hammer, and we're going to destroy all these things. Oh, one of them's still alive. And we could run away at this point, but I want the experience because I want these guys to get level 20 pretty soon. And they hopefully will get it before Lich too. There it is, level 20 for Ace. I don't know if Bill's getting it. Oh, there we go, level 20 for Bill. Very nice.
That's really good.
Alright, Zeus swaps back for Pro Ring. We're done with the Zeus Gauntlets. Bye-bye. And we equip 1, 2, 3. And we need to heal these guys up. I forgot. We want to heal these guys because the next encounter is unrunnable. And it's a pretty bad one. So, let's see how many Earths we get.
A reminder, Earths can show up as early as the Earth Cave way back.
4. That's a lot.
That is a lot. They don't show up in groups of 4, but they can show up in groups of 2. So the fact that they're still a threat this late into the run.
So I'm using the defense sword once, just on the guy who's in the first slot, because he's going to take about half of the hits, and we just want to make sure that he doesn't get destroyed. Oh, that was dumb. I should have split up my fighters. I forgot that they're both strong enough. I was thinking that only Bill is strong enough to one-shot an Earth, but actually Ace should be strong enough at this point to one-shot an Earth. That's okay, just means one more round of combat. There we go. Great, wonderful. So that wasn't too bad.
That's not even the boss, though.
Not even the boss. It's not even its
Those
final
are just
form.
Some schmucks hanging around.
Yep, just hanging out here being jerks. The real boss of this floor... Oh, we'll use that extra heal, even though he's only 6 hit points down. Here we go. Fight, fight. I'm just going to hold the A button during this fight. 75
no
damage.
fancy spells, no point using the defense sword.
Physical from Lich, that's really good. Physical from Lich means he's going to not do his nuke spell. Another physical from Lich. This is going to save us a lot in healing if we can wipe him out this round. 468 from the Bulldozer takes down Lich.
He almost one-shot him.
Almost. God. I've managed to kill him with 2 attacks. I've never killed him with just 1, but it is certainly possible.
Bulldozer puts him down. So we passed the threat, Feasel.
That's the big
nukes.
Threat.
It's gone. Why are we not saving our buddies Cal and Dan?
Why are we not? Because they're just a liability at this point. We don't need them. They're just there. If they're in the party, they're going to be taking damage, and that means we'll have to heal them. You know, one of these enemies here could get a freak shot and crit one of these mages to death. There's just no need. We really just don't need them at this point. We're going to need them for casting fast at Chaos, and maybe we'll use one of the mages to cast fast at Kraken 2 or Tiamat 2. But even that's kind of optional. But we will go over here and get the Pro Cape. Pro Cape takes up a shield spot, I believe, but generally the red mages can't use shields, so we're not really using that shield spot for anything. So yeah, this is some extra protection for one of our mages. They're the Pro Cape. Not to be confused with the Amateur Cape. And we'll equip it on...
Not for these two.
No, not for these two.
No way.
Alright, and I'm just going to waste another encounter because I'm trying to avoid a bad encounter on the next floor. So I'm going to just burn off one encounter here before we fight Carrie. Oh, took a hit there. I'm going to have to do some healing. We're doing really well on heal potions. The fact that Lich didn't nuke us means we have like 40 more heal potions than we normally would.
Yeah, you were talking about how you wanted to get a certain spot on the inventory, and it sounds like a ton of work for a tiny optimization. The truth is, you chew through a ton of those 99 potions.
Right. Most of the time we're using most
extra
of them.
Input adds up to entire seconds easily just in this last dungeon.
Yeah, definitely it does. And the faster you can make that, the more time you're saving. So it's worth it to try to get your heal potions in a good spot. Carrie has 700 hit points, I think. So, oh, terminated. I guess I don't even care how many hit points she has now.
She's got 0 now.
I guess, yeah, she has 0, so forget that. Alright, we're going to swap some... We're going to go back to damage protection again. So we're on ribbon. We had ribbon before. But we're going to switch those back for... Where's the other one? Heal helmet. For something that's actually going to prevent damage to us. Why does he have... Oh, okay, right. Derp, okay. He has 2 ribbons because the other guy's not wearing this ribbon. Oh, that door's still open.
Neat. Never seen that before.
I don't think that's supposed to happen.
Who knows what ill omen this is. What awaits us.
Yeah, this fight sucks, but we got away. Sticking to the bottom edge of these rooms just to save steps, because like I said, these are all free steps there. Alright, right there, 1 step after the monument, we get this encounter. Bill took some real damage there, didn't he? Alright, so we use soft potion on Cal, bring him back. Let's use Cal's spell charges to heal us up to full. Thank you. And I think that's all we do. We don't have to equip anything else. We're just going to go right into battle. Defense, fight, and he's going to cast Fast on Bill.
So even at this level, Kraken's kind of a threat.
He's
here.
pretty bad. Yeah, even at this level. Oh, that was a great hit from the Bulldozer. No, let's do one more defense on Ace. I'm just not happy with letting him attack yet.
Bill's just getting warmed up.
Yeah, we'll let Bill do the work, and Ace will just sit there and take all the hits with his defense sword. 505 terminated. Easy.
What?
Yeah, Bill was just destroying it today. Nice job, Bill. What did he eat for breakfast?
Somebody put something in his heal potions.
Let's see, there it is. Okay, he's the one who took all the hits during that battle. Okay, so we're going right into this floor. This floor has a higher than average encounter rate, so you got to be a little careful here. There's some pretty bad battles. I'm going to try to keep these guys healed up. I don't like having the mages around for this. I like having them turn to stone, but it's really worth it to keep Cal in there for the that Kraken 2 fight, just because that fast is so worth it. So now we just have to make sure that these things don't kill off poor Cal. The nice thing is we still have Dan. We can always thaw Dan out and have him use the life spell on Cal if Cal dies.
Just wheel him out.
Yeah, wheel him out. Let him give him some time to thaw, to defrost a bit, and then send him to work.
He comes out, he's like, it was so cold.
It's like, yeah, whatever, cast your spell. Monsters strike first, of course they do.
So where are we going, Feasel? There's a lot of battles on this. Better be a good reason.
This better be a good reason going way the heck over here. We're going to get this sword, whose name is controversial pronunciation-wise. And now we're going to cast the warp spell, because I don't want to walk back. You could walk back. The encounters aren't that bad, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to walk back. So, weapon. We trade this for the Excalibur, and we equip both armor. Bees heal. Now let's gotta go for the ribbon. And he needs his opal for the other ribbon, right? We're good on this. Wonderful. Oh, I forgot to make sure everyone's healed up. We want to be healed fully. Alright. Good luck. Yeah, I guess that's it. Good luck.
Healed fully except Dan.
Except
who's missing
Dan.
15 hit points.
Fight. And we do fast on Bill. Same as for the other battle. There's Bane.
Not gonna work. Well, 3 in 256 chance that it does work, actually. But doesn't work. There's the Mazimune going to work. 400 damage. That's nothing for Bill.
Yeah, I have the dragon armor, right? I actually think I probably didn't need the ribbon on Ace. I think that wasn't necessary. Like, that's not written in my notes. I just did it because I was being paranoid. No, you're right. I mean, my route says I should be having the opal helmet on Ace. I just was being paranoid because I could not remember for sure if that dragon armor was going to be enough. Alright, so he's down. Yay! Now we give everyone a heal.
50 damage constantly coming out from Bill. He hasn't done anything less than 350 damage.
Unlikely to matter. Yeah, no, the difference in absorb is not going to make the difference in that fight. That's not important. Okay, so we're past
Safely
that.
got away from the bedazzling vampires. And we're on the final floor.
On the final
There's
floor,
only
so
the
let's
final
do
boss left
soft on
between us and victory.
Heal everybody out. He's all healed up. There.
Bring Dan back from the void of death. His fast spells are going to be useful. I think we're also going to stick him in the first slot to tank as many hits as he can.
Right. And then we're going to try... Sorry, hold on. I'm just making sure... Oh, yeah, that's right. The defense has got to go on Dan. Now we're doing that. Alright, I think we're good. I changed the way I set this battle up, so I just taking a little extra time to make sure I had it right.
It's worth it. Chaos does not screw around.
He sure doesn't.
He's got Cure 4 in his spell list. That will completely refill his 2,000 hit points. It basically will reset the fight. So you either want to kill him before he uses it, or you kind of want to... Oh, that's a good thing that we double-checked.
It's a good thing I checked is right. Oh no, that's not. I didn't put the wrong thing on him. He's fine.
Paranoid.
I know. I'm just super paranoid about it. I don't know what it is. All right, so we're gonna fast. We're gonna fast Ace, and we're gonna fast Bill, and then these guys are gonna fight.
I mean, as long as Bill gets that fast spell, I guarantee he is going to make mincemeat out of Chaos. He is so pumped up right now. All right, that was actually pretty bad, Bill. That was. I hope you didn't burn it all early. Blow his wad all over Kraken when they need him for Chaos here. We need to deal with his 2,000 hit points before he casts Heal 4. It's possible if you get enough evasion stacking going on and you have people spamming the heal things, it's possible to kind of outlast Chaos and get him after he uses Cure 4. That's not our battle plan. Dan already dead, and Ace hitting for pretty paltry damage. This is suddenly not looking so good. We are going to need some love from Bill here.
Oh, this is looking bad.
We know he's capable of it. He's got it.
There it is. There's his Cure 4. Okay, but we're starting this again. That's okay. Starting over. He's got 2,000 hit points. 300 and 264. All right, so he's 1/4 of the way dead. He had 2,000. Then he healed back up to 2,000 again after the damage we did.
That's actually really good that he flew through his spell list and cast it really early the way he did.
Exactly, and we're still our fighters are still at a lot of hit points, so we're in good shape now for the second time around. Yeah, he went all spells. That was pretty unlikely. Normally you get a little bit of time before he gets to the Cure 2. And we're doing great on hit points.
That's a lot of damage from
I know,
Ace.
right?
Contributing finally.
And this Fire 3 is nothing to be afraid of because we have the ribbons to protect us. Everyone except Dan. See what happens without the ribbon. Dan's taking a nap. But that's fine.
Oh, he's got to be right on the verge of death.
Yeah, he's almost dead. There it is.
Ace with the glory. Terminated. In honor of D-Tysonator, I will say terminated.
Terminated.
That's it, guys. That's Final
it.
Fantasy 1. Dan's sacrifice enables the victory over this weird, crazy time space god loop thing. Nice job, Feasel.
Yeah, it worked okay. It was a little bit over 4 hours, but I mean that's about what I was expecting. About 4 hours average, so a couple minutes over. Mostly just due to some bad battle RNG, I suppose. I don't know. Man, what a marathon! I just love this Best of NES marathon. This is the 3rd year we've been doing it, and it's just so much fun. I love the NES. Just so many great speed games on it.
Yeah, it's I consider it like kind of the birthplace of speedruns. I know technically organized speedrunning kind of goes back to Doom and Quake, and even a modern game like Metroid Prime is kind of responsible for it growing the way it did. But like right after that, everyone went to the NES games, and that is where it started to grow from, really, and spread to the wonderful thing it is now, such that there are so many people, thousands of people, celebrating this wonderful hobby with us live right now. Thank you so much, everyone. This has been an absolute blast. Of course, it doesn't happen without a lot of people's help. So we gotta thank some people, right?
We gotta thank a lot of people, man. So Mythical and I were one of the stream teams, but we had a bunch of other people helping, running the restream. Dexter and Bad Breaks, of course, doing a tremendous amount of work, especially in the preparation side of things. And Dexter put together these nice layouts for us. The artwork was from Evil Plexity, and the layouts themselves were made by Dexter. Really nice, clean, simple layouts. I like the layouts this year. We also had Toad, and we had White Hat helping out, doing a lot of work there. Nadua did a ton of work. Absnerdity did a lot of work. Glory Hog did a bunch of commentary. There's just I mean, we can't possibly name all the people because so many people participated in making this happen, but man, yeah, this was pretty amazing. If any of the other organizers want to hop into this Discord call, please do.
Yeah, I poked them a little bit, but it looks like they're all okay.
They're all asleep at 4:22
Well,
in the
yes,
morning?
probably asleep, honestly. But they've given us the okay to kind of be the mouthpiece here for the wishes of everyone. Thanks to all of them for sure. But the thanks don't stop there. We of course have to thank all of our runners, all of them, even Bersentia. Especially Bersentia, honestly, that Athena run.
To play the games
Pretty
that none
hilarious.
of us want to touch.
Right, yeah. Well, that was just legit one of the most entertaining parts of the marathon for me. I want to thank all the people who retweet and spread the word. The NES community always comes up so big for this event, the Best of NES. It's amazing to see it each year. I want to thank Twitch for promoting us, putting us on the front page for the spooky block. Happy Halloween, everyone. Every year with that front page, a few people trickle in, probably a little too young to have grown up with the NES, and they find us, and then they get interested in retro games, and that's really cool to see. I'm really glad that we can be a part of something like that.
Yeah, definitely.
Whew. So, running this thing has been a whirlwind in a lot of ways. Most of them good. Not the worst ways, certainly. Our houses are still standing. It's mostly good. It's exciting. You're being pulled in a lot of directions at once. You're never really fully in control. You just kind of hope it goes on the right path. And you enjoy the ride. But it's not all fun and games. Well, okay, the marathon's literally all fun and games. But actually making it happen has its challenges. We don't sleep very well, usually. We don't eat very well. I know I lived mostly off of pizza all weekend. It's been a while since we've seen the sun, that kind of thing. And there's a lot to it. You got to make sure the audio is balanced, the stream settings are good, the next person's getting ready. You got to keep an eye on the chat. Because don't get me wrong, 99% of you guys are lovely, but the other 1% are trying to get me to click a porn link. They got to go. But there is a really, really good reason why we do it. Throughout the marathon, there are a lot of great moments. Every time you clench because he has 1 hit left, oh my god. Every time you cheer because of how did he clutch that out. Every time you Bible thump because she was so close. Every time you shake your head at a bad pun or marvel at how this piece of crap was ever released. We, the organizers, not only share those moments with you guys, but we have the immense satisfaction of knowing we helped bring them to all of you watching. It is wonderful, fulfilling. It makes us feel all good inside. So lastly, we want to thank all of you for watching. We hope you enjoyed the Best of NES 2016. We'll be back again next year. So until then, goodbye, everyone. All right.